आपको देखना टिकटॉक का ये
उनको बस
ठीक है 7272 ठीक है ठीक रूम इसके अंदर है
hello, welcome everyone. Welcome to the final day of this online Atal FDP on digital application fundamentals. I've just messaged in the group for everyone to join so that we can start on time. And basically, you can take the assessment till Monday. We've given you time till Monday. On Tuesday, we'll be uploading the results on Atal. We'll wait for a couple of minutes for everyone to join in.
तो वो मैंने रिवाइंड डाल दी थी की जगह ठीक है
वहीं पे Hello everyone. I think we can start. Srijit, I request you to come on camera.
Yes, yes. Hi, Kamna. Hi, everyone.
Hello. We'll just start. I think it's a Saturday. People are just taking their time to join in. So let me introduce Srijit Nair. He is Chief Strategy Officer at Foresight Foundation. and he has always been taking very interesting sessions. Sujit, your camera is still not able to see you.
Yeah, I think it's a technical issue or something.
Log back in
Yeah,
to
yeah,
that.
yeah. I'll just log back in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Visible. Yeah.
Yes, now we can see you. Right. You're frozen though. Wait.
Okay.
No,
Still,
no.
it looks frozen to my video is looking frozen to me. I believe it's not the same for others. Anyways, that won't matter once the presentation
Correct,
starts.
correct, correct. Let's start. Let's start. I think I'll hand it over to you to take your session forward.
Sure. Thank you, Kamna. Hi, everyone. So, welcome to the final day of the entire session. I hope you had a lot of learnings in the previous sessions. So, this session is one part that is an absolute must to understand when it comes to you as a person who would be enabling learning and deployment of various AI-based initiatives in your own respective universities and colleges. So absolute must. Howsoever, it's a bit technical. So what I'm doing is that I'm keeping the technical aspects within one or two slides only. And moreover, I would be talking about how this is going to impact you. You would, with AI, something different is going to happen. You will sometimes find yourself within a situation where what to do and what was the role of a particular entity in it. That would be a tough one to understand, comprehend, analyze, and share with the public or the administration. So that is where we need to understand the entire and concept of the transparency within AI, the accountability metric settings that we need to look at. Similarly, the ethics that we need to look at when we are enabling creation of AI-based tools and deployment of the same. So I'll just start with the presentation. Just give me one moment. Yes. So hope the screen is visible to everyone.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we have around 20 participants. I would like to understand from you, do you think the way AI is coming into your universities, it is creating a bit of unrest, some genuine requirement of clarity on what to do, how to do, and will we be stuck in a situation where we would be chewing more than we can, or biting more than we can chew, sorry. Any buddy would like to share? I would like to see responses in chat if possible. I think people are still joining in. Anyways, I would like to hear from you. Let's keep the session engaging. And welcome to the session. I'll just switch to, yeah. So here we would be talking about from teaching to governing the faculty's role in building AI trust, building understanding, deploying AI trust, ethics, and accountability. And point to note here is that AI is entering in teaching. It's not entering; it's already here. So learning is happening a lot when it comes to the students' perspective. When it comes to faculty's perspective, a lot of session plans and tools for examination checking numbers and everything we are slowly shifting. Especially last year was the year since which a lot has been done. So faculty now is emerging as the first line of ethical, technical, and institutional governance in India, particularly in your own respective universities and colleges. So I'll just want to share a instance. So say one thing happens that a student team has built a AI face recognition initiative in your college. That's a scenario. Just go through the scenario. That scenario, that particular AI-based facial recognition, say, let's say for attendance, deployed. Now, while it has been deployed, I think my internet connection that is leading to a bit of delay. I'll just switch to another one. Just give me one moment. Yeah. Hope it's better now. It's is the window screen clear? I believe I'm audible. Okay, I'll carry on. So the particular intervention or example I'm saying is that okay, I just looped out and I'm back. I'll share the window again. Visible? And I hope my internet speed would be better now. So I was sharing the scenario. Scenario is when a team of students build a AI-based face recognition system, and you understand that it is working well in the system, and you say that okay, let's deploy it for open feedback. Let's deploy it in your university itself or college for attendance. And once you do, it starts functioning well, but eventually it happens that certain students of a particular skin tone are not being checked in. Their attendance is not being marked, they are marked as absent, rest everybody sees. So that happens. So then suddenly the protest, it's not a technology issue anymore. It's like it's about people with a particular color not being identified. It can lead to parents and management complaining like, how can this happen that a particular human are being distinguished and the absentee is marked. So it in such cases, the basic question is whose fault would it be? Would it be the students who has made the same, the HOD who has approved, the guide or the mentor who was leading the entire team to build this, or the institutions? Actually, who becomes accountable in this case? So anybody would like to have their say on it? Senthil Kumarji, I believe you have been responding, Arulji. In such cases, whose responsibility is this? Okay, but you understand that these are very tricky situations. Exactly whom to be held accountable in such cases, it becomes tough. And moreover, similar situations may occur in your own educational institutes as well. So today's session that is about understanding why this happens and how faculty can be prepared to take care of these uh, kind of challenges whenever and whichever way they happen. Yeah. So now I'll move to the context of the same. That is AI, as we see, is no longer experimental thing. We have seen everybody being using this. Uh, it has entered into teaching, evaluation, administration, research, and student innovation. Everything, so much is happening, and AI is the hottest intervention. It may have started with the computer science background students using it. Now everybody, each and every branch within your ecosystem would be using it. So when this happens, faculties are becoming decision makers in use of AI. And that's a powerful initiative, because this is the aspect when they can make or break any project, or say be in a situation where quite an instrument, quite a big idea can get into $1 million initiative, or can be ruled out just because the correct guidance was not given, or current way that the movement should happen, that was not clear. So what is happening is AI is already inside your classroom, sometimes with your permission, sometimes without it. And the question now is not whether AI will be used. The question is how responsibly it would be used. So the intent here is to understand the same, uh, and look at how we can avoid all the anxieties that arise along with the situation that may happen. So the shift, a basic shift is happening from faculty's experience point of view. So previously, faculty used to be a subject expert. Now the people are subject system gatekeepers. So now it is not about evaluating the what they have done. It is about evaluating the system that produces answers, instead of previous faculty evaluating answers. So, what is it that is different now is that previously it might be the project, might be that how you are generating a code. Now, since AI is integrated and AI-based code generation may be part of the new curriculum coming up, it would be about what are the systems, processes that you use to generate a code, and how are you integrating, how are you ensuring the basic foundations of the base code to be generated, it is understood, it is evaluated, bugs are being identified, and what are the system that is being created to enable that AI based automatic code generation. So those kind of evaluations are now being looked at, instead of reviewing the entire code the student is going through. Another aspect is AI based gradings, AI based attendance. So all these things, if somebody is producing the work, how to deploy it, how to understand that, uh, the transparency associated to it, uh, the example that I shared, based on which it can be reviewed. So AI-based predictions is another aspect where, say, a particular program is or project is created, how is it being understood and evaluated? Those kind of scenarios are ones in which you would be moreover um, tied up and involved. So when students build AI, they are no longer submitting answers. They are submitting as decision makers, and they are creating something that can be a decision maker. That is. So now the question arises: how can we trust an AI? How do we prevent the misuse that can happen at the end of the students? And in such case, if something happens, are the students themselves involved, or is it that they might not be aware of something that they have created is going to be harmful, and nobody was in the right with the right skill sets guided them, because of which something happened? So how do we evaluate the AI fairly, and what is the students know more about the tools and than any of us, and they understand, they manipulate us, and that leads to different effects. So these are the aspects that we can look at in this particular session. So with that context, let's move forward to section 1, that is trustworthy AI. So within when we talk about trust, um, the main question comes up: is trust, since it is an AI, it's a machine, is trust equal to accuracy? So a system can be very accurate, good decision making. Data, whatever you are asking, it might be able to give it. Howsoever, the basic aspect, the source that the machine is using, that might be compromised. The systems or what is the backend algorithm that is being used, that may be something that the student would have produced, that may be something that student would have copied from somebody else's work. It would be accurate, but it won't be trustworthy that it is a genuine initiative. So that aspect, that trust is always equal to, if it is accurate, it can be trustworthy. That is something that with each of the AI interventions coming up, you would find that it's very untrue. So trust here means whenever you are using a AI system or a student is coming up with a project, trust always means can the system be questioned? If it can be corrected, can the failure, if in case some initiative fails, can it be explained? And trust does not mean high accuracy score or complex model. If it is a very complex model and very accurate, and the similar concept model has been known to work on another aspect or another project, would it be fair to say that the same model used here would be very accurate and trustworthy for another use case scenario? So those are the questions that always bug you. So here, the key aspect to understand that is that AI systems that cannot be questioned can't be trusted as well. So we need to ensure that anything that is coming at the student's front or anything as a product is coming, the basic transparency, the data sources, the algorithm, um, entire backend. So if it's not transparent enough, uh, even if it is accurate, it can't be trustworthy. So those questions need to be answered, and that is how the more transparent the system is, the more accurate answers you get to how the entire system was made, the more trustworthy the initiative would be. So now with a college scenario, let's look at it. I previously shared the AI attendance system initiative example. I'll use the same here. So say facial recognition attendance being introduced here. Some students marked absent and complaints are escalated. Now parents again blame, administration comes, faculty is blamed for approving the system. So when this happens, then normally what happens is that inquiry committee would be established, and somebody would be inquiring who has created this and what has been the background. So when such initiative happen, point to notice that when those answers are available, it is quite convenient to understand that okay, it might have happened that somebody would have used a open source initiative that might be aligned to a European nation's skin tone. The same would have been copied, though it would have not been an Indian identifying an Indian skin tone. So something like this comes up, and it is identified, and the inquiry is able to pinpoint how a particular uh, product deployed came up with a particular error. If it is not able to do though, then the trust for an entire institutional fails, because you are not able to understand and come up with the root cause which has led to this. So point here is that AI tools, even if they are very accurate, or even if they are failing, uh, if you are not able to answer what has been the background, the blame initially might be that the AI tool is failing, but however, the institution as such fails because it is not able to give answers on whenever the error occurs, and that error escalates to a very uncomfortable situation. So here we'll look at where what are all initiatives or pointers where trust breaks, and let's use the faculty lens here. So, say data sets are one aspect where trust fails. What happens is that uh, online data set is something that you would be looking whenever there is a new project coming up. A student is making something. So online dataset everybody uses, and previously for a known AI initiative, it was used by your system or university. I believe everybody would look at, okay, this is fine. So, howsoever, the aspect to look at here is that do we have a documented process where the data set where it is coming up? If it is a, say in this case I mentioned it would be a European modeled trained initiative looking at a certain number of skin tones only. So is the data set fine for your current use? And the checklist. So, ideal way would be that those checklists are maintained. If they are not maintained, what are the risk involved? Is that that risk is a certain kind of bias would come in to your system that you might not be aware of, and till deployment, it would be very accurately working till a error comes up with a new variable that is not trained for that particular model. Similarly, data set is one thing, and the risk is bias. The next is model. When you are modeling that particular initiative, uh, the accuracy might look very good. And with a blind trust, the risk is that you can just say that it is working, not looking at certain aspects that may go wrong and deploying it further without proper documentation and everything. That blind trust might later relate to lead to a particular instance where the program is not working in a public setting, and the questions arise. Then there is that output stage. Typical faulty actions would be AI says X is happening, and we have been using that since it is ChatGPT which has been saying, and we took the data and or say the new tool that you have developed, it is saying X is happening, so X is happening. So that loss of judgment also comes, and due to which certain errors may happen. So these kind of errors, I'll say again referring to AI attendance. So the first attendance, if some certain students of a particular color were being marked absent, the first data coming in would be that, okay, today my classes uh, numbers were of the 50 students, around 40 came. The actual would be 42, two students not being marked in the facial recognition. But that loss of judgment and blind trust on it may lead to this being not noticed for up to a month till a monthly report needs to be submitted and somebody questions. So that loss of judgment also happens. Immediately you are not looking at what kind of output is coming, and is that producing a right kind of output also. The next aspect is deployment. And deployment, the faulty action would be institutional risk, where you are saying, okay, let's try it, let's take it to public. And when it goes beyond a point, public opinion comes in that X racist initiative has been done or something like that. And then the institution's reputation is at risk. So those are the aspects where that not looking at the trust aspect, whether when you are making data sets, models, outputs, or even pre-deployment. Those documentations, those aspects, nuances that needs to be taken care of, all are looked at. So now I'll move to the technical aspect. Here I was talking about what all can happen and the basic understanding. So moving on to the core challenge, we technically call it as the opaque black box. A box that is not fully black, yet a bit opacity exists in some aspects. So this reference is given in a lot of AI systems. Um, Many AI systems are such that provide many very good results, clearly explain what has been achieved. Say the earlier GPT-3 or previous models, those were the very good examples of such, where how the data was trained, not available. What was it trained for? Not available. No details were available. Yet is to you used to give a very good output. So, clearly explaining, so the results that are available without being clearly explaining how it has been done, those are the very good example of a black box. And that opacity, black opaque box is something like, say, a product is being made by me. I might be, and I'm a student at your organization. I might be making an initiative which is quite clear. There are certain data within the institution. I might be the one who has created the attendance software in this case. So there might be the student data and everything that I would have taken from the university. So if you ask me, part of the data I would be able to share it with you, and part of the workflow, how I had established it, that I would be able to share it with you. So that makes it opaque. But apart from that, what was the model that I took? Was it a copied model entirely? As a student, I copied it, and the copy also happened from a flawed source. So those aspects remain unclear. So that is normally what happens whenever there is a program that eventually leads to a questionable, uncomfortable situation. So those all the aspects are categorized as the opaque black box, where there is lot of uncertainty and no transparency there. However, a bit of transparency exists. So whenever we are talking about new AI tools coming in or AI-based projects coming in, AI-based deployments happening, what you should look at is a glass box, a transparent mechanism where all the inputs, what is going into the model, how the model is behaving in terms of all the algorithms, what is the hardware being used, how is the data being stored. Everything is clear within the processing part, and the outputs also are being monitored. And how the outputs behave, are they accurate, are the reviews being done, everything is clear. So the entire idea of having a transparent, accountable, ethical aspect would be something on these lines. Normally, it is a black box or black opaque box that we are dealing with when it comes to the systems being created, and eventually leading to a transparent system or transparent glass box. So that is the aspiration we all have. So now, how can we look at that transition happening, or say whenever we start, what to note so that such mess or creation of black opaque box no does not happen. That is where the role of faculty is coming. Faculties as trust filters is something that we should be talking about here. So the core aspect to note is that whenever the AI deployment happens, faculty are the one who sits between the AI and students. So faculty responsibilities are immense in such case. Whenever say a particular example would be a new project being started. So approving the problem statements. So say the problem statement identified can be say I'll talk about the attendance aspect again. Approving problem statement, once it is approved, next thing to look at is the data sets, the training data. So in such cases, whenever there is a training data being used, where it is coming from, what are the backgrounds. So those are the guidance that as a faculty you can give to the students, what to use, what not to use. Then the project outcomes, uh, those approvals happen, the outcomes are seen. There are various decisions that are to be done, and to ensure that those outputs are screened, outputs are looked at. If a particular decision is due, that needs to be added on to the algorithm so that the right kind of judgment happens, and then approving the real world use. So all these are the inputs for which faculty can guide a student. And for this, you don't need to understand the algorithms. You just need to understand that with a system thinking perspective, there are certain aspects, certain parts of the particular life cycle that you need to be present in. You need to be asking the right questions. You need to be having a checklist present so that all the future discomforts can be avoided. So faculty can have a trust checklist in such matters. The basic questions to ask here is what happens if this AI is wrong? Whenever you are looking at a problem statement would be something like he say, I'm taking the example of creating an attendance system just with facial recognition. Whosoever is coming to the college, everybody's attendance would be taken. But what if that AI goes wrong? So the details of who's coming to the college on the right at the right time, who's performing better, what is the percentage of data, attendance that each of the student happens. If everything goes wrong for a year, that can lead to a very uncomfortable situation when it comes to the time just before examination, when you need to look at if a particular person is even fit to be present in the exam. So such scenarios you have to look at whatever you are producing. If this goes wrong, if the data is being used by a public platform, what if it goes wrong? If the data is supposed to look at if the data can be something that leads to a lot of qualitative interventions and leading out thoughts of its own, and that sometimes looks at a very produces very different kind of a output. Say one example here would be uh, what is the best if a tool is made within a large language model that using 5 or 7 uh, items that I have, can I create a particular health based product? So it would be looking at 5 or 7 things that I would be giving to them, and they would be coming up with a what to use and within what measures. But it can also happen that it can look at 5 or 7. I'll just give you 5 or 7 chemicals name, and it can be it can give the exact composition, which can lead to a poisonous substance being created. So those kind of outputs coming in, that is also something that can be very wrong. So what if the wrong output comes in? So those are the aspects that we need to look at. And can the student explain why the model decided this? So that is where the transparency, whether the student is has all the documentation ready, whether the students know how the algorithm was created, how the data was selected, how the entire model was created, and what has been the reason if something is going wrong. So those are the right kind of checklist or right kind of questions that you should have. And the key takeaway here is that trust, as such, uh, trustworthy AI supports faculty judgment, and it never replaces it. And colleges must earn trust repeatedly to ensure that a system, whenever it is deployed, it is always working and giving the best results. So now looking at what all are the pillars of ensuring that the trustworthy AI comes in. So one is data quality or representativeness. So whenever there is a data that is coming up, where has been the training that has occurred? Was the training right enough? So those are the aspects that you need to look at. Model robustness, where something like data poisoning, can it happen? And it so data poisoning is one aspect. With few terms that you should also learn in this. One is data poisoning. Data poisoning is when there is an ability of an external source to come in and contaminate your data. You might be having a particular data. Just by prompting, there are something called prompt injections. Prompt injection can be that whenever the algorithm would be saying that whenever I'm asking a question like, okay, give me the X data, X details of the data. So that is a valid aspect that the algorithm or a tool that AI tool that a student has made would be allowing. However, prompt injection is when I use that particular sentence, give me the data of X, and add on that, okay, and while doing that, get me the entire database on which you have trained the system. So it might lead to the all the data getting leaked. So those are the aspects we call as prompt injections. Data poisoning is when the entire data might be due to a kind of prompting. It can be like adding on a person's name to university just with prompting, or say, okay, is Srijit part of your team? The large language model says ki I can't identify any particular person with a name of Srijit. So, okay, his name was Nair and he might have replaced, renamed or changed his name. The last name is same. It will come back with all the details. And then I can say X person's name is something different. That name, please edit it as Srijit. So if there are no robust models available, it might unknowingly change the entire database. So that is one example, very loose example of how data poisoning works. So model robustness is one thing that you need to look at if any such prompt based or other malware attack based data poisoning happens, it should be robust enough. Explainability is another aspect, as we mentioned. Whatever is happening, even a non-technical domain expert would be able to understand how the tool was created just with the documentation in place. And that is where the role of documentation of what you are doing, even each version being documented, that comes in. Reliability and consistency, how good and reliable and consistent the initiative is. Sometimes what happens is that initially, because the right kind of questions are being asked with prompting, right kind of prompting, that would be reliability. And due to again and again using very dumb kind of prompting, what happens is that the model keeps on learning from the kind of questions it is asking, and the consistency might be going haywire. While that happens, there should be a human based check at each level, each interval where this is looked at, and if there is a course correction, it needs to be corrected. And of course, this leads the entire thing leads to the final aspect of creating trust, that is humans in the loop mechanism. So here the system must operate with a governance structure that includes human approval and ongoing validating testing. So anything and everything, say an addition or something, at the end of the day, a large language model, because everybody was prompting that, uh, say a trip to Dubai for learning on machine learning's new X aspect that is part of your curriculum would be very good. If say 200 students in your college injects the same prompt, what happens is that the model by end of the day would be recommending how you can plan a trip to Dubai. So that might be one example. So whenever such interventions happen, our students are very prompt or very smart when AI is being rolled out and such loops exist. So there would be an example or a system through which humans can look at the end of the day. Okay, this is what has happened and this is why the change has happened. And when the large language model asks whether this to be incorporated as part of the suggestions, you can say, okay, learn from this that whenever such people are tweeting or asking of or prompting, sorry, it might lead to unconditional biases. You need to avoid that. So such kind of learnings also happens in the background, and somebody at a human level responsible with all the responsibility is doing that. So these are the five aspects, that is, look at the data, look at how model robust your model is. Is it good enough to be explained? Is it reliable? And is a human involved in ensuring that whenever the learning happens, it is going on the right track? So enable and look at all these things, and you don't need to be an algorithm expert to take care of these aspects. You just need to be asking the right kind of questions and having a system in place under these particular categories. So that is what can lead to a trustworthy product being developed. So now I'll move to another aspect of the building trust only. So there are aspects that leads to technically systems, AI systems failing. So talking about that, one is when biases are amplified. Say a particular example is that an AI system used for loan approvals might unfairly reject applications for certain demographics just because a particular training has looked at additional data of, okay, X demography, there is more crime rate. You don't need crime rate to look at a loan approval, but that would have added multiple new layers which are not required, and that is leading to a biases. So sometimes demography related data sets come in bunches, and that bunch would have multiple layers. Those layers can lead to additional biases that when a person or a student is developing a particular system, it can add on an impact. So that those are bias amplifications. So data training on the right kind of data coming in, so that is an absolute must here. Second is overfitting to limited data. So as I said, the example of attendance, it might be that a European model would have been used. So whenever a student is even using those kind of models, you need to check, or somebody needs to check that you are not overfitting that to a limited data and using it in a very different situation. It can lead to a flawed intervention. What you can do is that you can suggest, okay, if you are taking it, just don't try to fit in with that limited data that is able to train to a extent. Add on with 1,000 more data for a particular use case that you see the users or the base being coming from. So that is not overfitting to the data, but expanding that data or the learning so that the model becomes accurate to your particular use case. Lack of robustness, as I suggested, that is also something that leads to failures because the data contaminated goes in a very different tangent. And whenever the original data training happens, the need to monitor the trustworthy systems are established, and they are there. So those are the aspects that leads to a system maybe failing or maybe resulting in a better trustworthy intervention. So these are the technical aspects, and the particular notes of yours, those have a lot of data related to what exactly to look at if you want to get detail of any of these interventions further. So now I'll move to the trust aspect. We have looked at the basics, what leads to trust, the situations that it can lead to, and what are the aspects in terms of data, more robustness, explainability, reliability, and humans in the loop to be looked at to ensure that trust happens. So moving to ethical part of it now. So here, I would like to share that when it comes to ethical AI, lot is being done at an organizations level. A lot of organizations are coming up with principles set up, rules already in place. Principle and say Microsoft is something that has a guided six principle aspect. Google's AI principles is something that is very recent. IBM was one of the first to have a trustworthy AI intervention. So large corporations have already started using this, and they ensure that their data, whenever it is available to be used based from students for students, it is very clean and it comes with a lot of descriptions, lot of documentation that helps students. FAQs are there whenever you take data from these particular sources, because each of these has a lot of courses that is being run for free. And whenever you look at the documentation aspect, you will see that lot of documentation related to what kind of data details are there. What has been the background, the algorithm, how to be processed, how it can be included in your data, how additional training with your use case can happen, which adds that. The data is already 80% ready, 20% training needs to be done to custom fit it to your requirements, so that how that 20% data custom fit has to happen. So all that documentation already exists. So whenever you are pursuing a course, or you need to get into the detail, you can, this is one of the areas to start with. So saying that is at a corporation level, but what about ethics in what you are doing at a institutional level? So ethics are the things that enters quietly. It's not a separate subject. when you are dealing with AI deployment or AI based creations. Ethics appear when you are doing the basic program flow, that is data set approval. If the data is uh, copied from somebody else, is the data that is available, say two aspects can be there. One, I need to conduct check on uh, open public data on the demography of a particular place. And the right ethical way would be the census data is already available. It is on the public document, public portals. Use that census data. Somebody will say it's not new. It has been a decade or over since it is has been done. But a lot of youth of that particular demography is already on Instagram. Why can't I use Instagram data? So Instagram also is a public domain, but it's even though it is public, people don't want to share their data. It's public because it's social media. It's not public because everybody is willing to part with their own data or leave their privacy aspects behind. So what kind of data is being used by the students? Is it coming from the right source? As I mentioned, something that is ready to be used for processing or something that needs to be extracted on the cost of somebody else's privacy. Ethics also appear when project evaluation happens. The same thing, has it been something that is literally copied from somebody else's, some other university and is being displayed by somebody? Um, Tool adoption is another aspect. What kind of tools are adopted? What kind of, is it a secure tool? Say somebody might be using DeepSeek, that is a Chinese website, Chinese product. Uh, a lot of questions on how it is absorbing the data coming from various entities is of a question, or a say OpenAI kind of an intervention that also might be consuming the data, but within limits, or some sort of a tool adoption that works entirely on a server, sitting out of a server, don't connecting to not connecting to internet and not sharing it with everyone. So what kind of tools you want to adopt for to build up a particular intervention? So that is also where ethic comes in. Say, where would you like to use, or say, a question to everyone. If you want to process data of your entire school's students with all the data on their background, their parents' names and everything, so would you like to use a DeepSeek sort of an intervention, which is cost-wise very economical, doesn't need a startup specific fund, but the data can be compromised, or something that can be built in within your server, a bit more complicated, a bit slow, but very sufficient to handle the data of 4,000 or 5,000 beneficiaries? What would you opt for? So the convenient way is use DeepSeek, very easy. The ethical way would be, so Umayal ji, you said no. Yeah, I agree with you. So the right way would be use something in-house. And that is the ethical dilemma where you would be put in. Okay, this is something of a personal data. The student might be feeling that they are not technically that updated. They need to be technically updated. Cost would be more. You need to arrange for cost. You need to look at an extended timeline for the program if it needs to be delivered in the right way, but it would be ethically right. So those are the instances that you would be facing. So that tool adoption is also something that you would be looking at. Research supervision is another aspect. So whenever the research has been, what is the source? How was it taken? It is okay to use large language models to find the category of research papers that you need to read, but extracting all the summary and then based on which having a decision done, that is not the right way to go. So, so if somebody is giving you extra good intervention, two teams are there. One team is saying that within a week we came back with very good research article. The other took 2 weeks, almost double that time. Went through, scanned all these 50 papers, know more about that particular intervention, but the outcome has is not that refined as the first team says. So which one to choose? Because the evaluation metric says the first one is good, but the actual efforts and everything would all obviously state that the second team is the one which has really worked hard, irrespective of the outcome, which is not that refined. But the basic fundamental foundation of knowledge that has been built by the second team. So those are the aspects where ethics again comes up. Who need to be marked better? Do we have a system in place? So the insight here is that most ethical failures in colleges are very much unintentional. They don't happen because somebody is looking at, okay, um, uh, there is the ethic aspect is something I will decide against it. I won't be ethical. It is not so. Mostly it is like they don't even know that they are making a ethically bad choice just because of not being aware of what exactly the repercussions might be of getting or deciding on one aspect. So this is pretty much more when a student is deciding on their own, and that is where the faculty's role becomes an absolute. Because with that maturity, with that understanding, you would be able to guide them better. So a student project example here I would like to share. So AI-based resume shortlisting, that can be the product. What faculty often check would be what is the code quality, what is the model accuracy, what is the output charts. So when once you look at this, okay, this project is going in a very right way. You are looking at the code quality; it is very good. Authentic work also has been done. It is giving you all the right kind of outcomes, and the model accuracy also you checked. The output charts also, it's very well. So you look at the previous session, trust aspect. With trust aspect, everything is right. Code quality can be trusted, model accuracy can be trusted, output can be trusted. But what is missed is that, okay, gender bias, that is the ethical aspect. You need to consider that. Is it coming in? The career gap penalty, and certain aspects on which, when you probe, there is no, the ethical aspects, no explainability is there. The technical aspects, everything is explainable. That is another aspect you will see a lot. So because of which, even if you're looking at 100% the trust aspect and the five pillars, you would be looking at still an ethically right product might not come out of your organization and can be questioned later. So a very good example of this would be, say somebody used tracking a software that a site like Naukri.com would be using or Google might be using to crawl through and scrape data from everywhere online. So that model somebody just understood, copied, created a very their own custom model out of it. Now using that model, they want to build something that can automatically create a complete profile of a student so that whenever their post the final year companies are coming in, they have a profile to show. So the data that because it is a data scrapping model that somewhere in the code is included, it might lead to apart from the basic professional details of the student, lead to including of all the Instagram, Facebook, or any other social media detail, everything, all the chats, everybody would be visible and coming in to the software because of that particular code. So those are the aspects that needs to be looked at. It can if something like this happens again, it goes and if that particular intervention comes up at a public domain, it can eventually be used as the best software to hack somebody's personal details. So those kind of aspects happen. So that is why that ethical, whenever you are building something, that ethical aspect and if that can be explained or not needs to be looked at. So that is where trust is there. trust goes absolute, and you can create technically the right uh, projects or products using that trust fundamentals. But still, the ethical aspect also needs to be added as a layer. So I hope I am making sense. So here the outcome is that faculty approve a biased decision system that leads to all these aspects being integrated, and then it goes out and creates a very uncomfortable situation. How it can be avoided is that faculty, before approving all this, looks at that ethical aspect, the trust aspect, along with that ethical aspect as a layer. So when you, what are the blind spots? Since here we mentioned that most ethical failures in colleges are unintentional. So even when it is unintentional, why is it that certain ethical blind spots? What are they that can lead to a very so these things being ignored? So one is bias. So and biases sometimes it is very much because of the convenience that making a project and the ease of getting all the data and everything. So sometimes convenience leads to certain things to be ignored, and that can be where the ethical aspect is compromised. In this case, bias. So data set available online, nobody checked what kind of data set it is performing 80% trust based. You saw what is the data and what it does. It is not overfitting. It needs to be trained 20%. You said 20% additional trained. But what are the inherent biases apart from this? Are there any other data threats that can create those biases? Those were not genuinely, there was no project or process in to check those aspects. It was ignored. That leads to biases. Explainability bias. Again, you have the decision to use a complex model to get it result, or a simpler model with more effort. As I mentioned, the example again would be DeepSeek versus something that you want to work on your own within your system. So the decision comes whether a complex thing that yields results cheaper, that to be used, or deliberately look at establishing systems that looks at that ethical aspect, so that whatever is being developed has that assurance that ethically it is all explainable, and even those aspects that may lead to what are the answer to the question that what is it that it can damage if not fully uh, transparent. So those questions are answerable. Third would be privacy. So every time, as I mentioned, that data can be census data, or it can be some student might be interested in scraping from social media accounts. So the leeway or the rationale given by student would be that, sirs or ma'ams, the data that I am using is all available in public. But the right answer question to ask is that by public, what do you mean? Is it a social media? Is it a data scrapping, or is it downloaded double from a census data or a state government's data that is available to public, or is it based on a government report that has come up which has all the data that is already available in public? So which kind of data you are using? So again, the aspect that it is very tempting to use data freely available on Instagram and everything. Uh, any decision or a tool to look at quick profits being made, all the data is coming from these kind of tools. But again, the ethic aspect and the privacy, should we ensure that the data that we are using is not leading to lack of loss of privacy for anybody? So those kind of questions. Then the last one is the blind spot is harm. That is, are we looking at only academic projects, or do we also look at other aspects? So an example, as I previously stated, that something that you developed within the ecosystem to ensure that automatically everybody's data is collected, and that data eventually creates their student profile, can be used by somebody to hack into anybody's system. So those kind of, is it only going to be an academic project, or can it be damaging to another level extent that it might be used for something else? So those are the blind spots that exist and you need to be aware of. Again, it is about asking the being aware of these aspects and asking the right questions. So now moving on to when these ethical problems enter AI systems, how do they enter? So the sequence mentioned here, first, whenever set selection and labeling happens. So whenever the biased data, somebody is not checking like demography, all the layers of data comes in. There are certain layers that are absolutely of no use. Still, we use it. So it happened recently with me for a road safety intervention where we are looking at what is the best place to set up a campsite. So I just wanted to use the national highway data. The data was given to me. It also included state highways and certain within city road data as well. So when we run through and the suggestions were made, it was a very different suggestion, and the actual feasibility analysis said that okay, it's not a very good place to start. So then we realized that the data that sets that we had, it also had those particular interstate highways and roadways layers on. So we just disabled it, and it started giving us very accurate data. So what else is what is meant by AI agents? Is there any courses available? Yeah, AI agents are automation like you use multiple interventions, multiple programs, and there are softwares that or platforms that help you create these agents by linking one process to another. Say, yeah, ChatGPT might be giving you idea on what to create in terms of movie and scripts. That script might be put into a visual aspect through Nano Banana or a image generation, and when that image is made, then it can lead to video generated through those images. Three different things, but automated softwares can link three things, and which will help you just put an idea and a movie is made. Simple as that. So that is one agent that you can make. So there are existing agents that can call customers, do your sales, check with your students. So all these agent are can be done through agentic AI, which is a combination of multiple softwares which can be automated and brought through one. So that is a separate thing. I believe that also would be covered in a very different session. Just go to Future Skills Prime. I just need to look at the name. Yeah, Senthil Kumar. Just look at Future Skills Prime. Absolutely wonderful interventions and initiatives. Kamna would be the right person to help you with the right course for that. So coming back to data set selection, that is one. Then feature engineering, that is choosing the data attributes to include or exclude. That can lead to multiple interventions or multiple proxy initiatives coming up. An example here is that whenever, say, the place that I stay in, it used to have a different pin code 5 years back. Now the pin code has changed. So what happens is that when data sets from two different sources comes in, one might be saying that my pin code is 421, ends with 21. The second says 22. So just to and if I'm not suggesting what exactly to be done, it might because it is an evolving model and it can assume certain aspects. So it itself attributes such confusion to 2122 21/22A ends with 21/22A. So you have a new proxy zip code that has come up. It can happen like that. So very interesting. So use assuming that you have a city's data with 20 zip codes, and suddenly you realize that there are 24 zip codes available now, because four of these zip codes represent four previously existing zip codes that were changed. The demography or something was changed, and within certain city limits, certain edits happen, and those particular patches, it is showing us a new uh, proxy zip code. So that kind of initiatives can happen. So whenever you are looking at data being included, So which particular features you want for that, what is the data available, and is it coming from is it leading to a proxy being generated? Those aspects can be looked at. Optimizing objectives is another aspect. Say one outcome very accurate, but the kind of, say, if you want to find the data of somebody, or how X person is, how I am. What if you have two tools? One is something that gives you a very accurate understanding of mine, but it will go through all the personal and private data of mine. And second is something that will give you a general idea, almost 80% of who I am, but it uses all the public data only, avoiding the privacy aspect. So what is it that you will choose? So those are the instances that leads to look at accuracy versus fairness. What exactly is the zone that you want to be? Same is with threshold setting. Threshold setting is when you decide what is the range that you want to use. An example here would be for uh, any, if you want to share invite of a upcoming sports event, if you have say you ask some student to create an automated list of interested students, the student would be just punching in the data of anybody, any male between 5'6" to 6'4". Just identify and share the data on upcoming basketball game to them. So you do that and set a threshold. What happens is that there might be somebody above 6'4", 6'5", who might not be getting the invitation, or somebody who is a national player or an international player, but is 5.5" height, 5 feet 5" height, so might not be getting the invite. So those are the basic aspects, basic very loose example of a threshold setting. And again, the final one is explainability constraint, which comes from the black box example that I shared. So these are the aspects through which ethical problems enters your system, or a product that you might be making or a student might be making in future. So ethical outcomes, point to note here is that trust is something that eventually, while till the deployment happens, you need to look at aspects. But ethical outcomes are the ones that starts immediately when the project is being conceptualized. From that particular aspect, all the ethical outcomes and what to do about it, those needs to be taken care of. So saying that there are data set ethics, so those are the critical aspects for faculty. So questions, what are the questions that faculty should be asking? Basic, where did this data came from? Who generated it? How did this not get represented? Who did not get represented in this data? So these are the basic questions, and based on this, checklists can be prepared, systems can be designed at your end, which ensures that somebody is answering the questions to the students or asking the right questions at the onset itself. Examples: traffic data sets might be created by students, but it might be ignoring the rural patterns which are visible in some part of the city. So it might be accurate to 80% of the city and very much inaccurate to some other aspects, leading to a red light signal coming up in a rural area that might not be behaving in the right manner to that particular pattern, city's cluster pattern, and that can lead to an accident or fatality. Very, very serious intervention. Just because a certain aspect is not looked at and a product is made, it is deployed, it can lead to such a mishap. Another aspect is health database bias towards urban population. So, saying a very good example would be, since still a major chunk of our population lives in rural India, might be better having better access to health and food. So, saying that Indians are very healthy because they 70% of Indians consume X, Y, and Z. But what about the 30% who are in tier one cities? So, another loose example, but just to set up the context. So privacy and consent are the aspects at a college level that you should also be looking at. That is, an example would be a student scraping LinkedIn or Instagram data and claiming that I have used public data to come up with the program. So here, the faculty intervention should be to ensure that the student understanding that public data is not all public data is not ethically. Just give me. Sorry, all public data is not ethically right to be taken, because certain aspects would also be of the people who would like to maintain privacy. And visibility is not always equal to consent. A person's profile or data being visible is not a reason for it to be assumed that this person has given the consent to be for the data to be used. So those are the aspects that you need to imbibe within students as part of the basic foundation aspect of the AI literacy initiatives that will start within your ecosystem. So the insight here, public data still represents private lives. That needs to be looked at. So I'll go a bit quicker. So now embedding ethics without extra work, that is simple additions, ethical impact, paragraphs in reports, documentation. That is something that you can do. You can have marks specifically for explaining the project. Viva questions on misuse scenarios. These are the things that will ensure that the awareness of ethics, trust, transparency, accountability is set in the students. And then ethics is not something that is additional syllabus, but ethics is something that is part of better engineering evaluation. That is the context that you need to set within your students. Key takeaways here would be faculty already shapes ethics, awareness makes it intentional, and ethics is a good engineering. Ethical AI is good engineering, sorry. Then here I have technical trade-offs of ethical AI also shared, where accuracy aspects, what is the performance trade-off, how black box versus transparency, what to look at, then explainability, how good it is, unfairness, reducing systematic, that is reducing systematic biasness, what all are part of it. You can just go through it. I'll with the limited time, the 15 minutes, I will be covering detail about accountability aspect, that is accountable AI. So within accountability AI, things to note are that there are already regulatory landscapes mandating transparency and accountability. Mentioned a few. India, it is upcoming. There are a few a bit, but something very structured is yet to come. That is where your role till that comes is of utmost importance also. So when is it that AI becomes institutional? So AI is something that just moves beyond classrooms. Projects are showcased, tools are deployed, startups emerge, and research is published, and everything has a set of accountability that needs to be looked at. So the moment AI leaves the lab, so till it is within the lab, it is not open to public. Uh, Still, you have options to add on to that accountability of who would be responsible. But when it is out, it can do damage. And you need to understand that moment that AI leaves the lab, accountability enters the room. You might be in your student, your institution, somebody else might be in a situation that might end up responding to some mishap that would have been occurred. So an incubation lab example is a scenario where student AI startup uses college branding. AI causes harm externally, as I mentioned in the previous example of in-house system to create profile of student being used as a way to get into the private data of anybody. It can cause an harm externally. Media regulatories might come and ask question. So those are the scenarios that you need to look at. And responsibility, reality is that responsibility always climbs upwards, and individual faculties will face pressure for something that at a lower level student would have done. So those are the aspects which you need to understand, because somebody, say at a student level, something happens, and somebody at a senior management or a mid-level management, mostly at a mid-level management, might be the ones who would be ending up responding to the queries. So I have here shared how what is it makes that makes system auditable and accountable. So each of the model, you would be looking at a tool being developed, version 1, version 2, version 3 created. One very crucial aspect that people don't do, or students maybe not focusing upon, is that they would start with documentation. We are doing X, these are the sources that we are using, and everything. They will come up with a model, that is version 1. By the end of the version 1, they would be very excited in looking at, okay, this is the learning, this is the bug. Let's fix the bug. By morning till evening, somebody fixes the bug, something else comes up. In between, post version 1, people stop documenting what is happening. So that is very common thing that will happen to your projects at your schools also. Whenever that happens, modern version control. Okay, model 1, this was the document. 2, this is the document. 3, this is the document. It also helps you regenerate whichever model it was it used for. And sometimes a forensic accountability established for what the damage was done, somebody coming back, you have all the document in your college to understand which versions were used, and some data poisoning or prompt injection would have happened in some version. So which version it happened, who were the people present in that particular day in the college, who had the access, who so everything is documented. So that is one aspect that you need to look at. And performance monitoring, if it is continuously giving the good results, models being updated, decision logs being looked at, training data being documented. So this is a very important slide. With the interest of time, I'll just move on at a faster pace, but I'll be sharing it with you. Please have a look on it. And a lot of data on Future Skills Prime on these particular aspects are available. Very interesting. So while you push through finishing your particular courses, please do look at those aspects. So coming to accountability versus bias. Accountability is just one second. Yeah. Accountability is not equal to blame, that is. Accountability means clear processes, shared documentation and responsibilities. What it doesn't mean is it's not about identifying what the damage is and then punishing a faculty or blocking an innovation. So what happens is that there would be scenarios you will hear in a lot of colleges where somebody started with a very good AI based initiative. Some mess up happened at the first intervention just because nobody was ready to take on such a valuable initiative. And then the person or the team, including the teacher to the student, everybody might be discouraged not to look at it, and a very good opportunity might go out of a hand that could have been a unicorn, $1 billion idea or something. So that shouldn't be happening. That's why accountability absolutely important to be set, so that whosoever one person doing a damage held accountable, one student most probably, and the project goes on as it is, with the exception that the student is out. So that is how it should happen. But without that accountability and documentation and everything in place, it might go the other way, leading to the closure of the entire project. So that gravity being there, accountability project protects innovation. That is the tagline, and it does not stop it. And then we'll focus on simple governance mechanisms, that is college friendly. AI project declaration. That is something that you should, whenever a program is happening, declaring that program to the core team. There might be subject matter experts, there might be AI board that you might be setting up, there might be other interested students who all are there, they might be talking about it. A lot of students questions come up, and that adds on to the transparency aspect. And dataset approval notes, what dataset is looked at, what is the approval note, Those being documented and available and a transparent initiative leads to reduction of bias. So bias control is also there with you. Then there should be an ethics checklist that ensures that everybody has a shared responsibility. Say, I might be the head of department for a particular initiative and looking at a AI program. So while I am doing it myself, I might be accountable or responsible. But if I have a ethics checklist, have everybody involved, sharing the same what I am doing, how it is being done, so that responsibility gets shared, and some genuine efficiency will come in as well. Having review committees in place, and that leads to faculty protection whenever there is a question coming in, and of course documentation, that is an institutional defense whenever say in the case of institutions profile, automatic profile developer being used as a privacy tool, the documentation who did this, and that just one student was responsible, nobody was else was responsible. When it pinpoints, it creates an institutional defense. So that is also one aspect of utmost importance. An important message here is faculties are not expected to foresee all harm. They are just supposed to create systems in place and show reasonable care when they are doing something, that certain aspects related to trust, ethics, and accountability are kept in line. There are processes existing, and those processes and systems in place are protecting all individuals who are part of the particular initiative. So then I'll just come to, how much time do I have? Okay. So a blueprint for responsible AI systems. So human override, whenever you are looking at a responsible AI, that responsibility first of all would should ensure that always there is an aspect of human override mechanism, that somebody is looking at how AI is acting, and AI should be the co-pilot for high stake decisions whenever there is a version update coming on, whenever there is a learning, machine learning aspect that needs to be included as the core algorithm. So those aspects, a certain human override mechanism should be there. Also, something goes automated just for decision, core decisions to create, say, agentic AI. While somebody was asking agentic AI based question, so that is where somebody creates an agentic AI based solution. So core aspects where certain data is taken, which data is being taken, images being created, are the images appropriate or not, then it goes to video creation. So those particular human mechanism or human interventions can be included in this process flow that ensures that uh, that human override mechanism exists in all these aspects. Then clear ownership of boundaries, which is like establishing a governance framework to hold AI systems and teams responsible for their outcomes. That should exist. Feedback and correction loops should exist, and incident reporting pathways whenever there are, that comes as part of the documentation. Those aspects also exist. So these we need to be ensuring. So with that, just the showing you the big picture. The big picture here is that AI, again, it's unavoidable part of the system. Everybody is going to use it. Now, to use it, three aspects. As a faculty, you need to be absolutely uh, um, ensure that three aspects are looked at a higher level to protect your institution as an institutional, creating an institutional defense, creating a defense for yourself, your students, and ensuring that innovation is not overruled just because of an error that comes from just one simple thing or one particular person's intent, which might be wrong. So, how to do that? How to create that responsible AI is having an accountability matrix in place. While that accountability exists, it is meaningful without meaningless if the trust aspect is not there, and trust is meaningless if that aspect is not combined with ethics. And again, that is a full circle. So you need to have processes and systems for development, for deployment in place with these aspects to be considered. So what this means for AICT colleges is AI adoption will be evaluated institutionally, and faculty decisions will be audited indirectly. Responsible AI becomes a quality marker when this happens. So insights here are we are just not just using AI. What we are doing and the kind of innovations we would be facilitating would be shaping the society, because that's how powerful this entire technology is, as we all understand. So faculty's role now stands redefined from a teacher to a guide, the guide who is an ethical gatekeeper, and the ethical gatekeeper who is also responsible or leads to institutional safeguard. So that is the role, and how it is redefined. And with all these processes in place for ethics, transparency, and trust, this can be achieved. Closing takeaways here: trust requires explainability. Ethics begins with better questions. Accountability protects faculty, and responsible AI is future ready engineering. That's it. Believe I'm within time. However, there is a trustworthy AI governance cycle. Kamna, I'll just take 1 minute more. So this
Sure,
is the
sure. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
trustworthy AI governance life cycle is something that I just wanted to share with you. So, how you can have systems in place set up is that model proposals when it comes in, then the model development happens, the implementation reviews happens, model approval in production, and compliance validation. So these are the particular cycles that you need to have those processes set up within these aspects. I'll share the details with you. You can just go through. And integrating the trustworthy aspect is also about incorporating the pillars I mentioned, the life cycle model here, and also about how much discussions happen in the real world case studies. That is also a lot of discussion should happen, a lot of promotion in terms of experts coming in, experts being able to take a master class, Toastmaster sessions happening. Those would be the things that really AI innovation triggering institutions would be looking at. So, and here at the session that you stands, it is all about your role. That is, you can create, shape the future, create a lot of startups upcoming, and best wishes from my end. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Kamna.
Thank you so much, Srijit. Thank you for taking that session and explaining the concept so well. I'll request you to share your presentation with me also so that I can share it
Sure,
forward with the group.
sure.
And
Thank you,
I
Kamna.
now thank
Yeah,
you so much.
signing off.
So yes, and now I take great pleasure in inviting Anjana Khanduri, who is our next subject matter expert, to take her session. She is joining us from the Netherlands. She's our international expert. And I've had the privilege of knowing her as an ex-colleague as well. She was with me in NASCOM Future Skills Prime project. So she also knows a lot about the project. And we are hoping that you will take the assessment for your course. We are giving you time till Monday to complete the assessment, because on Tuesday we'll be taking your scores and pulling them out and taking it on the ICT portal. After which you'll be sharing your feedback, and then you can download your certificate from Atal. You need to score 70% marks at least in the test. So I'll urge you to listen very carefully to the sessions, interact and engage and ask your questions to Anjana. So welcome, Anjana. Welcome to this AICT online FDP class.
Thank you, Kamna.
I'll hand
I'll
it over to
start.
you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. So, hi everyone. I hope it's a good Saturday. I understand that it's a Saturday and you would like to maybe have some time for yourself. And that is why I think we have a topic which is very, very relatable to all of us. And last time we had a session, I was taking something different, which was on how AI could be used in supply chain and in those areas. But we have moved to a different area now. It's called influencing and negotiation. Now, this is something which probably all of us on everyday basis deal with, but we don't actively or consciously realize that we are dealing with it, you know. So today, what are we going to be covering is the fundamental of what, you know. Of course, there has been so much of study done on negotiation, influencing, and if you look at, think about it, majority of the people feel, or most of the, if you talk about tech entrepreneurs, they say that within 1 year you will, most of the coding jobs may reduce, or a lot of code would be auto generated by AI, or you can do a lot of coding, but then what is left? At the end of the day, you will need a person to negotiate, and you will need a person to influence. And hence, these areas or the softer skills become more and more powerful, because nobody wants to, bottom line is we all are humans and we don't want to be talking to a machine. So we would want to talk to a person, and that is where it will become more and more important. And these skills, as we look at the technology advancement, will become more and more important. So we'll cover the fundamentals, the influencing and negotiation. What is the difference? The psychology of negotiation practice, body language, and a lens of industry and academia. As all of you are academicians, how is it going to influence the way you teach? How is it going to influence the industry in which you are there? And how is generative AI going to be influencing these areas? Okay. So my first question to all of you today is, where do you rate yourself as a negotiator? A quick answer. Let's see. How do you rate yourself? Because you'll have your own feeling, right? How that I'm a good negotiator, and I'm not talking about bargaining, okay, at a shop, in a vegetable shop. We're talking about general negotiation and negotiating with. And can you tell me the difference between bargaining and negotiation? Also, do you know what is the difference between bargaining and negotiation? A quick answer. Where do you rate yourself as a negotiator? I don't see any answers. Are you guys answering on the chat? You can answer on the chat. I will have
Come
to
on,
start.
guys.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have to
come on,
start
guys.
naming people if they don't answer,
No, guys,
starting from A.
just behave as you would expect your students to behave to answer. Please
Yeah,
do
okay. So,
engage. Otherwise,
yeah,
there's no really.
we see a lot of answers here. So, yeah. So, oh, I see somebody saying Sanjay Patil ji saying 90. So, oh my God. I mean, that's going to be really, you must be thinking, you must be really negotiating very good. And I'm very happy because the last session I did, a lot of people said 0 and 10, and we are moving to the other side here towards, tilting towards 90. Okay. So let's go forward. Now I'm just playing this clip to make you, this is an old news piece, but just playing to understand what are we talking about. Let me know if you're able to hear the sound. I hope you're able to hear the sound. Yeah. No sound. Okay. Sorry. So I'm going to reshare with the sound. Just give me a moment.
Negotiations for the US-India trade deal talks have those negotiations have completed. Remember, there have been a lot of these rounds between India and the United States. Our teams have gone there, their teams have come here, and this was the fifth round of talks that has just gotten concluded. Remember, the MEA spokesperson as well, Ranbir Jaiswal, just last Thursday.
So you still not able to hear? I shared the sound. I think it should be audible now. Okay, so this is
Able
an
to
old
hear.
clip of.
Able to
You're
hear.
able to hear. Yeah. So this is an old clip where, and by the way, this is still going on. India is still negotiating with US, and this is almost like 2 months old. So yeah, and we all know that how it is going with India and US, and the negotiation is on. It's still on the table. So negotiations between can can actually be so much so that mm, it has to be a win-win, and of course you don't give in if you are on a you think you have certain leverage, and India thinks it has a leverage in this case of a bigger market, or in terms of where they don't want to negotiate the interest of farmers, and they don't want to cut on dairy and agriculture. So on this, and they don't want to agree to the trade with Europe, or New Zealand or US on these areas. So that has been a key area if you look at it, and that has been the talk of the town. And if you see, most of the news these days is only about what are we signing in. Are we signing with Europe? Are we signing with US? And why is it not happening? What are the tariff rates? So constant negotiation is something you can hear between large countries. And the bigger the stake, of course, the more time consuming it can be. It can be more tedious. It can be more intricate, because as a nation, you cannot think about only people who are sitting on that table. They cannot think about only their interest. They cannot only think about one side. They have to think about a larger people interest, or they have to think about, from small vendors to larger businesses, everybody's interest. So it becomes more and more difficult to get to a solution where you're not ready to budge, or you're not ready to agree, because you want certain things. And that is what negotiation is. So, just going to next slide. Okay.
She mentioned that.
Okay. So now let's come to a bigger topic of negotiation versus influencing. What do you think is the difference? All of you know these terms, right? We hear them on constant basis. He's trying to influence me, or she's trying to influence me. And then negotiation is, of course, we have heard it constantly here and there. So what is the difference? What is the difference? Right? So we'll come to that. Think about it. I want you to consciously think about it, because in our daily lives, when we use these words, we don't think very, very detail about what do they mean, how does it happen, why does it happen. So here, that is why we have them as topics, right? Um, okay. So we will come to it. I'm just parking it on the side for negotiation with the influencing. And a bigger question is, what do you think stops people from negotiations? What out of these three, A, B, C, that's don't like conflict, afraid to ask, and lack of confidence, what do you think? Why do you think people don't negotiate? If you can just answer in the chat box. And the countdown starts now. I don't see any answers, so I'll have to press people and take out. Okay, lack of confidence. Yes. Is it sometimes that when you are negotiating with people, for example, your friends, or for example, your employer, right? When you're negotiating salary, it's almost your immediate manager. You don't like conflict. You don't want to be in a position where you think that you will leave an lasting impression on someone that, oh, she was asking for more money, or he was asking for more money, and he asked for a raise, or he asked for a higher percentage. You don't want that to affect your future, right? Because often we assume that, or not only that we assume, it really does happen at times that people take the impressions for a longer period, where you think that only that interaction will have a lasting impression, and that may affect your future endeavors, or your future in that company, if you ask. So and often, so I think that's a very cultural thing. For example, when I am in the Netherlands, you don't mind asking money, and it is not considered tangible in relationship. So for example, if I ask a friend for a help, let's say, to move my sofa, they can straight away say that I will take 1 hour. If you take my help, I would ask you this much money. And that's the Dutch culture. So where they are very clear, money matters are different from relationships. They don't tangle the both, and they do not feel that hindrance. And it's a very cultural thing. If you see, different cultures behave very differently in these areas. For example, in India, of course, we have a very, very intertangled culture, and where if you ask a friend for help and the friend says, if I help you in moving your sofa and table and all, I will ask you, you will have to, give me 1,000 rupees, for example. You will not like it, and you will hold it as a grudge at the back of your mind that this guy asked me for money, because it's very cultural, I think. But when it comes to business environments, we also have to see what are we negotiating with, whom are we negotiating with. For example, I think we need to somewhere differentiate between personal and professional boundaries. For example, if as a faculty, you are in a college, how you treat a student, if the impression can just end in that class. So you negotiate, you all will have to do this project, you haven't done well, you give very clear answer, but you do not have impressions of them that, oh, you always have been doing like this. That's a present continuous tense that we use. So it is very important to detach both uh, from each other. And of course, it is very difficult because it's a very cultural thing. It's about whom are you dealing with. Are you dealing with people from that cultural background? Are you dealing with so it is that is where I think when negotiations are there, culture become a very important part of them. Your upbringing, what are you bringing to the table, what is your thought process about it, becomes very important. And somewhere, because we don't want to have a conflict, or we are afraid to ask, and because we are afraid to ask, we have a lack of confidence in the whole process. So think about it. For example, if you go to a vegetable market, you don't mind bargaining even for a 10 rupee item. So if the seller says 50 rupees, you say, "No, no, 25 rupees." You don't mind because you think nobody is judging you. You know you are not going to meet this person again, probably, or every day, or interact with them or work with them, and that is why you don't mind. What normally happens in a negotiation is you would negotiate better with a stranger than you would negotiate with somebody you know, because you have a time in your mind, a relationship which is going on. So now, next slide. So, so that brings us to a bigger question, right? Like they say, when I remember, we used to have a sales training, and it is very typically said, is sales a art or a science? Some people are meant to sell. Some people are naturally sellers. They say so. So, is a negotiation an art or a science? So what is the difference between an art and science? One is that, yeah, of course, you are naturally tactful, or you're sweet talker, or you have certain skills which can add to negotiation. But see, those could mean for everyday negotiation. They could probably influence how you are doing in your career, because that could be in your immediate circle of influence. For that matter of fact, for example, we're talking about US and India influence. Do you think it really makes a difference of if you're a good negotiator there? As in, by how you say some people are good negotiation, do you think that will make an impact at such a big table? So as we keep growing, right, beyond our uh, circle of influence, what is our circle of influence? I can maybe and that's how we come to a terminology back: influence. Influence is where you affect somebody indirectly, or maybe You want to influence someone, you definitely want to influence your manager, you definitely want to influence your the college head HOD, or the dean, because they make a difference in your life, because they can make a difference. So your department can get more funding if they are little inclined towards you, if you have a good relationship with them, and that's your circle of influence. The moment somebody is far from you, you cannot influence somebody who is far off in a different college because they haven't spent so much of time. That is where it becomes a science. So beside in circle of influence, you will have to be prepared for a negotiation. You will have to do your study, you will have to do your data, you will have to understand what are you negotiating for, what are your options. So that is why it's not an art. While I agree some people are good at it, some people have I would say, are naturally born with certain skills which are in their personality, like soft spoken, being soft spoken, or somebody who is appearance wise more softer. Those things do make a difference. It does, because perception is when you make a perception of a person the moment they enter a room, right? So the moment they enter a room, they haven't communicated with you, they haven't spoken with you, so you have some prior notions, and that's subconscious bias we all have. We need to avoid it as we go further and further in up the table, or I would say as we go moving up in terms of negotiation, because that bias can sometimes be very negative for us or for the whole negotiation. So negotiation have to be beside what biases you have, what pre notions you have, preconceived notions you have, right? So primarily negotiations is something that are divided into two parts. One is value claiming and one is value creation. What is value claiming? For example, asking for Greenland. So I mean, you all must be going through the news. So what is value claiming? I just go to Greenland and I say I want Greenland and I will pay you, whatever, 10,000 per person, per citizen, it doesn't matter. And that's value claiming, where you don't ask the other person what do they want. You don't think what the other person want. You only want what you want, and only one winner. and and off late, I think you can see more and more of these examples with Greenland or with Venezuela. And Venezuela is a direct attack. It's not even a negotiation to be even spoken about. So it's value claiming. It's where you just claim something. There are no win-win strategies. There are no two parties here. If you look at it, there's only one party here. There's only one person here. And definitely we can see live examples in today's dynamically changing political world, right? Uh, of course, in a very valuable system, in a system which is driven by both sides, we would like it to be a win-win strategy. We would like it to be a value creation. For example, when it comes to Europe and India, right? The moment US moved away from NATO or moved away from Europe, which was not very, very favorable to India so far, now suddenly wants to do a deal with India. Why? Because of course you have the biggest market in the world beside China, and they also have a lot of value to offer to Europe, because Europe has so many limited geography, limited produce, and so many things are dependent on external factors. So you would want to have a deal with that. More importantly, so Europe is also looking for partnership with some active areas. So that's when it became a win-win for them. Till US was there on their side, they did not find so much of adherence to what India was doing, and they wanted to keep a distance, or a reasonable distance. In fact, oppose a lot of things that is happening in India. So you see the dynamics keep changing, and strategies will develop in a growing world. They will change. Whatever is today necessarily may not be, it's not a status quo, and it is not going to stay so because of the changing position. So tomorrow if US come back to Europe, probably They may not want to go ahead with the inclination towards India, and so much so because of the past or histories they share with each other, or the colonial past, or more importantly, how they have had similar race, say a race moved to US. So this is very important part, and that is why there is a very clear types of negotiation that are, one is distributive, where you say, I go and I capture this land and this belongs to me, and or not, forget about capture. I go and I will decide what money I will pay you, like in Greenland. I will pay you something, and I decide what I pay you. Okay, you don't have a say also, and then I will ask for you, and I will take what I want. So, and the other part is in where we are integrating and meeting with each other, and we are deciding on a value creation, which becomes more and more important. If you look at your general negotiations on everyday basis, you will of course be in the value creation part. There will be very few chances where you will have this only one winner, because you also see this comes from a position of dominance. This comes from a position where you have to be reasonable, dominating position. For example, you can have this with your child and say, no, you have to study, and then I will give you a chocolate, for example, right? Because you are in a dominating position, you're in a position of power. Power both as a parent. Second, you both you have the money and the child doesn't have the money. So you have the say. You're not there negotiating. So clearly be a position of power, reasonable power. There has to be a lot of power difference. For example, your CEO comes and says, or your in a college, the vice chancellor comes and say, no, no, we will have to move away from this, and let's start putting our energy in this direction, right? So it has to be so much of power difference. It has to be so much of probably difference to be able to drive the strategy. Now, coming back to psychology and negotiation. So psychology is an art, or psychology is the way our mind thinks, right? Has a very, very strong impact on how we negotiate and how should we negotiate, both the versions of one is, it is important to understand what are the emotions and motivations. So let's take a very example of the bigger negotiation like US and India. We have to understand what is the emotions and motivation of India to get into this deal, okay, and what is the emotion and motivation for US to get into this deal. And we have to list out all the things. For example, why would US want to deal with India? Why? Because they want to be present in Southeast Asia. They think it is closer to China, because they think it's a bigger market, because they think, there is so much of dependence of H1B, and there are so many people in H1B who come to US to work, and that is something they think they have as a leverage. Or there are so many companies who are of US who are investing in India, and they have influence in that. They have a say over Microsoft or Apple, and they did say that to Apple that not to produce in India. But then these days companies are more about profit than, I think, national interests. So also I think they can only have a limited or say to a level, but at the same time, where does the money goes? After they produce, eventually it is their money. If you look at it, if they sell, and we are only getting the value which is coming during that production cycle. So you have to list out all the emotions also. What are the emotional value? Emotional value of being dominant. Emotional value of being able to continue to be a world power. Emotional value of having dollar value to be, you know, overpowered or than any other currency in the world, or to be used only currency so far. So what are the motivations? What are the rapport and trust? So if you look at the rapport and trust becomes very important. For example, they often say this in news that India doesn't trust China. no matter what you see, no matter you see the prime minister with the Chinese head, and they are shaking hand, they're signing MOU, but there is a background that India doesn't trust China. So because why doesn't it trust China? Because trust is built on history, right? Then you go back to history. What happened? What happened then? What did they do then? What did we do then? What did they do to, let's say, Tibet? What did they do to other parts of India? Or how are they trying to capture? What did they do there? What did they do invest in that country? And what did then happen? So you start building. Trust is built on to build trust, right? How will you trust me? For example, if today I come to you and I say I am ready to, let's say, do business with you, then you'll be like, okay, what are your previous businesses? Where have you done business? Can you share some testimonials? If I don't have any, I'm a new, then you'll be like, I'm the first customer you have. So, then you should give me some discount because you are ready to take that risk on me. So that is where, rapport and trust becomes very important. How do you build rapport? You obviously build rapport with the help of trust. And, and communication, demonstrating integrity, like I said. For example, if you have to build relationship with a country today, you will also see how have they behaved in the past. Or if you have to build relationship, today you are a faculty in one college. Tomorrow, when you want to move away, mostly you will move away if you have a referral, if you know a colleague there, if you know somebody there, right? You wouldn't just, mm, or maybe if you've heard of the college, let's say it's some big college and you want to move away there, on the basis of some testimonial, you move away to that college. But what if your experiences are not good as much as you had thought, right? Then you'll probably put it somewhere anonymously that they treated me badly, and somebody will read it and never come to that college. So that's how you have rapport and trust both very interchangeably. You build rapport, and that is when trust is established, right? Then comes influence. Influence, like I said, we come back to this topic, is a very, very, very finesse required to be influencer, right? And these days we call these people who are on long number of followers on Facebook, Twitter, or even LinkedIn as influencers. Why do we call them influencer? And why not brand ambassadors? Or why not, you know, uh, by their own names? Because influencing is a passive technique. You you don't even know who is influencing you. If you think about it, everybody around you has certain influence on you, right? Whether knowingly, unknowingly, consciously, unconsciously. So if I like, for example, I like mangoes. If my family, somebody goes to the market, they look at a mango, they'll remember me, that she likes mangoes. See, my likes have an indirect influence on them. They may not like mango, but they may bring a mango because I like it. So influence is always passive. It can happen that somebody influence you and you may not even realize it. So, for example, most of the time we're influenced by very senior people in our organization, people whom we look up to, right? We look at them and we think, oh, we have to be like that. That's a very where you're getting into an influence, where you know you're getting influenced. And certain time you don't know who is influencing you, maybe in a worst way, in a bad way. And that's why they say he fell in a bad company or she fell in a bad company, and that's why they're doing so, because it does have a lot of effect, especially on formative years. That is why they say teenage children, you have to be careful, because those are the times you get influenced very quickly with very little, because you don't do a lot of, you know, emotion and motivation check. You don't do why is this person doing this? You don't make a list, right? As you grow up, you start somewhere in your mind making a table of data that, okay, why should I do this? Maybe one, two, three things. Why shouldn't I do this? In your mind, of course, you don't actively list it out in a diary. It would be better if you do that, because then the moment you write it, the moment it becomes a more tangible, visible thing. So that's how influence happens. And then we come to a bigger topic like bias. Like I said, where the moment I came on the screen, you would have some bias. It's subconscious. It is, it's not something you're actively doing. It's not something you're deciding, oh, no, no, she's a bad girl. No, it's subconscious thing. Why? Because of, there are so many things. Mind is like so complicated that they're not able to devise an engine to meet it. And despite so much of AI development, they're not yet to compete with even a 5-year-old brain who is capable of, doing mechanical and brain activities, learn on its own. So it's a very, very topic where we are looking about. It's a difficult area that what are the areas that can be biased at us. Now, look at a conflict resolution area. Uh, Conflict resolution is in our day-to-day life, we do it and we come across these situations. You should be knowing how to resolve a conflict. And if you think a position is going out of control, you should be, without having your emotions take charge of you, bring it back to that situation. And I'm not saying that, you know, everybody's capable of it. But if you think of logically, then probably you will become capable of it. This is what we do on everyday basis. When it comes to conflict resolution between, let's say, lesser powerful, you should first try conflict resolution with people of less power. For example, conflict resolution with your children, conflict resolution with your students, because there you don't have a power struggle, you don't have a ego tussle, and that is when you can consciously and very, very logically think of a problem and address it and say, okay, take, right, you said this, I do not agree with you, and we can, agree to disagree. But I'm giving you this situation. Why don't you devise me a plan or think for this situation? And it's easier that way because you would have practiced it with a place where you have power. You could have gone other way. You could have decided what you want, but you decide to actively pursue a conflict resolution technique and practice it. And that will design your brain to do it in a situation where you are less in power or equal in power, right? Okay. Now, what's the difference between industry and academia? Like, we know that when we work in an industry constantly, for example, in case of, let's say, Kamna is constantly working with you also in faculties, and she's also working with industry people. Her, her motives of going to industry and motives to going to academia are very different. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, this academia is built to as a foundation of industry, right? Eventually, we want to cater to industry only. Eventually, we want to. There are two things that academia does. One is research, and other is cater to the industry. Even the research that we do in a greater way has to contribute to the society, right? So, but the immediate KPIs are not like you have to get more sales, you have to get more, what a typical industry would have. So the immediate KPIs are different. Your achievables in the short terms are different. For example, you may want a budget for your department to buy a new instrument, or my buy you want budget for new projects that your student could do. You want new companies to come to you so that your students could have more avenues, more project jobs. The third part is vendors. For example, if you are having constant if you're in a mechanical or in such divisions of academia, then you have vendors, suppliers for your labs, for equipment. So those are the people you're talking to, and of course the deans and the vice chancellors of colleges, uh, because college has typically very set pattern that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have so many semesters. After every semester, you have these holidays, and But academia is constantly undergoing the tremendous shift, right? As we see the AI coming in and the industry having so much of dynamic changes, the workload, the syllabus, the resources, everything changing for you. Because, cut 5 years back, maybe the syllabus were very standard and we didn't have to do a lot. Or 5 years is lesser, I would say 10 years back. But today, for the last 5 years, you must be seeing it change, changing every very often. And then, where do you get resources for such change, right? The university only have so much of budget. They have money coming from students, and where is that money being spent in infrastructure, in preparing for salaries, and then you have to separately apply for grants. So those are the things. Then so where can you utilize generative AI in these things? Generative AI in these things are, you can use it in preparing, doing the harder part of it. For example, the research part of it, the proposal part of it, to analyze data. If you want to analyze last 10 years, what and 10 universities around your circle, what have they done differently? Where have they invested? Pull out their balance sheet or whatever is available in the web, and analyze what have they done differently, and simulate a response. And what are the number of students who got placed? What is the number they have populated to the world? What is the actual number? What is the number of students they have? So these are the areas where you can actually use generative AI. And like I said, at the end of the day, the good part is negotiation still need a person sitting on the table, no matter what is the data background you have done. And that can be done. That for that earlier, you may need a set of 3, 4 people, so much of research, so much of months to prepare it. That will cut down. Now, if somebody asks you for a report, probably you may not need 15 days or 10 days. You just may need 2, 3 days. One to collect data, second to analyze it, and third to put it in a draft. That's all. Because you have the engine supporting you, right? Now we come to the more, I would say, a more, technical part of it. What is the science behind influencing others, right? How do our brain respond to a negotiation act, and what do we feel when we are negotiating? So what happens if you go to a new college, for example, and if all of you can go to a day which was your first day in some company, or for us company, for you college. So when you feel lost, right? Because the first day you don't know what to do, where to go, where is what. Your brain produces cortisol, which is a stress hormone, also known as hydrocortisone. You feel negative, unable to evaluate the situation, right? So what happens is, after this, there's an adrenaline release in response to it, which will, you know, which will actually make it different. Adrenaline is what it will. It is nothing but it will be counter it. You on high adrenaline. Don't they say high adrenaline, which is you get angry quicker, you get short tempered. So in that way, you are difficult to empathize and difficult to analyze the situation logically. So that is what happens when you do in a it in your brain, if scientifically. Now, uh, very scientifically, what will you do now that you're aware, right? When you're aware, what can you do differently? How do you deal with such situations? It's not that you will, there'll be a 0 to 1 difference. It will not be that suddenly you will be here to here, but there can be a slight change if you consciously make an effort. Now, as I said, it's that it it will be, this is zero sum game. No, it won't be zero sum, but then what is important is to prepare for it, prepare in advance. So for example, if it is your new day, have you seen all the required things? Have you seen, you can do certain preparation to feel better and not be in a situation lost or new, right? So, how do people center their negotiation strategies will be something which will also help you be, in those situations, how do you behave? The first is power, right? And biggest example is, let's say, US. So, the position of power, people who have gold can, you know, are the one with gold. The gold is with the person with golden eggs. I saw the statement coming in the news. So, yeah, or something like that. So, here, the position of power is something that decides on how are you going to be negotiating. And for you or for us, the simple, easiest way to relate to is as a parent. I am in a powerful position, but with a parent, you also have emotions, right? You can be a emotional parent where if your daughter or son starts crying, then all the power just melts like a ice cube. So so it is important to have a logical, even when in power, you do not have so much of control. If you look at it, for example, US is in power, they said, oh, we'll do tariff ban on India, and then India said, okay, fine. They just kept quiet because, okay, fine, you are powerful. We'll just keep quiet. But that doesn't resolve. If there's no resolution, that doesn't give them what they want. When you're negotiating, you also want something, and that is why you're negotiating. So, power may not always be the answer if you look at it. Rights is who is right or who is allowed to behave in a particular way as we negotiate. Now, everybody knows right now, for example, they were not right when they did what they did with Venezuela. But nobody says anything because they don't want to get in a term, right? And because everybody has seen their behavior in Venezuela, they couldn't do anything with Greenland or let's say Iran or whatever. And they're still holding on to it. What are the interests and motivation, like I said? What are the interests? Why Venezuela? Because of oil, because their dollar is losing value. They have so much of reserves of, minerals and all of that is needed, and they can sell it and become a rich nation, US, and they don't mind exploiting any other country. So interest and understanding the motivation. It's not, they don't care Venezuela has a dictator. It doesn't affect them. Venezuela is a different country if you look at it, right? So their interest is always self. Nobody is doing charity while they may show so. So as they say, there is no free lunches. So if somebody is doing charity, you have to understand why are they doing it, emotions, and I have to get more deeper into motivation. Why? The more why, the W questions you ask, you will get to a bottom of it. You will get to understand why are they doing it, right? So what normally, if in a logical negotiation, what would you do? You will have, what are your concerns? For example, I want to buy a house. Let's say I want to buy a house, right? And there is some a seller. I'm buying a second-hand house. Somebody already owns. Now, where are you? You have an interest in the house. You also have an interest in the house. They also have an interest in selling it. Why are they selling it? They may have their own reasons. You have to find out why are they selling it? Why are they moving to a bigger house? Because they have financial crunch, or XYZ reason. They're moving away from the city. So you have to find all the reasons. What is their market? Who are their buyers? Who can they get? Who can come in this value? Am I giving good value? Am I in the market? So you will have to list out and put your concerns in a, if not anything, if not exactly on this table, at least on a, to tabular format. to understand what is the right value to negotiate, to what should be the price of this item, what should I ask, what should I bid, what should I quote. Now, of course, like we say, so Harvard has this principle of negotiation, which is, you know, listed out on what are listed out in set of things, and it has an exclusive course also on negotiation. One is, what are your interests versus what is your position. Like I said, my interest is in buying a house. And what are the positions? Who is selling the house in that area that I'm interested in? What are the prices? And what is the highest point in my, if I pull everything, how much is the maximum I'm ready to pay? What is the market price? Why will I buy this? How old is it? What are the support needed? All of those things are listed out. Second, objective criteria. Objective criteria is that, you know, you want something, and of course we'll go into detail of this. And here is how do you prepare. Like I said, you prepare on thoroughly about everything. So if you are going to a housing market, if you're going to buy a house, if you're buying an equipment for a lab, let's say, then find out who are the vendors. Who are the vendors? What is the thing? What is the second-hand equipment cost? What is the cost of new equipment? What is the average, uh, support this needed after it went out of warranty? How much is the cost per time repair happens? What are the parts? Where are the parts? Who is supplying the parts? So you have to list out all of this, right? And you have to list out the objective. You want this machine by when? When are your lab? So, for example, most of the time you normally don't buy things when you're just there's none, right? You already have certain things, and normally a lab is expanding. You are having more students. You want your students to try more things. So, objective is them to have a first-hand trial on, let's say, an equipment, them to have understanding of certain things, and so and then what is the best alternate option. So I like this equipment A company, which is good quality, which is Six Sigma approved and blah 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 blah. And then what is the next alternative? What if I don't get the new? What if I don't get approval for the new equipment? Can I buy a second hand? Can I buy it from some other place? Can I buy it from industry? Can I ask somebody to sponsor it and say I will do this, this, this? Can I have? So you'll have to list out all the alternatives first, and then you have to list out the best alternative out of them. So alternatives and then best alternative. So which is called BATNA very popularly. Um, so ethical consideration, right? Like they say, is very, I don't know, ethics is something, a very, very popular topic when it comes to AI, whether it comes to medical or anywhere, right? Ethics is nothing but we have ethical and moral compass. So if I am buying equipment from somebody, should I see that they give me a little below, little extra money that I make favor to their company? So those are areas you'll have to be careful about and maintain a very, very, I would say, ethical consideration of uh, whether you want to do it, why do you want to do it, what are the long-term implication of something which is done, what are the short-term implication, is it professional, is it unprofessional? Ethics is something I leave up to all of you because you are matured individuals, faculties who understand in a constant basis what are the ethical consideration when we are dealing with an active situation. And mostly ethical consideration are not so much so with machine. If you look at it, people talk about, these apps are capturing our data or that is, but eventually it is being used by whom? It is being used by certain humans are tailoring it for certain companies. So that becomes a very, very important part when it comes to ethics. So how are we do ethical moral compass is the primary base on which any negotiation can happen. If somebody is unethical, if the house they're trying to sell to you is, let's say, captured, then that's a primary thing, right? You want a house and that's already, they have taken somebody else. There's no paperwork. The paperwork is fraud, let's say. So those are very basic primary things that you need to establish. Most important part of, I will just have a time check also. The most important part of uh, uh, for us is to setting very clear goals. Because if your goals are ambiguous, then you will not achieve the uh, what you want. And of course, you define the clear goals and then you have definitive communication towards it. If I define this is what I want, then the direction is very clear. Let's don't define this is the thing, but I define one, two, three, four, five other things. That is still better because I know the clarity of five things. So what's important is to be clear, not to be in between. Oh, this or this. No. One, two, three, four, five things are things I'm good with. Okay. And then I come back to what am I going to be, how am I going to be move towards this. Okay, so when you're on a negotiation, and I'm very certain all of you would be knowing this, that uh, most people think that negotiation is about talking. No, it's not. Negotiation is about listening and understanding every nitty gritty and clarity of what is being put on the table. Unless and until you know what is there on the table, you do not, or unless and until you have a clarity of all the things, you're not in a position of information power. At least you don't have the complete information. So the primary thing in communication in negotiation becomes to listen rather than to give your cards out. Oh, no, I can't do this before. Oh no, my budget is only 50 rupees, or my budget is only 5 lakh, or my budget is only 50 lakh. No. So before you put your budget out, you need to understand what is the other person quoting, why are they quoting this, and you understand the emotions and you empathize, but that doesn't mean you agree, right? Empathizing doesn't mean you agree with them. Very important part is handling objections. And most of the times, it becomes very personal. I have noticed people become very personal the moment you ask a very intriguing questions like, you gave this person X percentage. Why have you not given me so much hike? Let's say if I'm tabling this with my manager, you gave her 15%. He's like, don't compare. So people, this is, you will hear, these are very common day conversations. The point is, when somebody comes to you asking for an objection, you need to be able to handle it with a very, very objective way. Okay, she did one, two, three things, and you did not do one, two, three things. You should be in a position to answer rather than taking it very personally. And because one is people don't ask such very straightforward questions because, like we earlier said, that conflict, we don't want to get in conflicting position. Two, if they ask, nobody answers them properly, so they don't ask. So I think one has to be, or rather than going for a objection, it is important to also go with data. I did one, two, three, four, five things this year. I did perform X, Y, Z in these five things. And now tell me, why have you not considered me for this position? So it can be more appropriate question because now you have just given the person so much data that they can't, just escape. And it becomes important that you present the data and then go to somebody. I did one, two, three, four, five things, and I was expecting this position, and you gave, I know there are so many people who got a promotion, but I did not get it. Why did I not get it? If you could give me a feedback, then I will be able to improve. Simple as that. So always present the objection in a way that it's a building one, right? Rather than just going and hitting somebody. So that's an important part. And if the same objection comes to me, right, I think we should, as people, start analyzing objections objectively. That is why they're called objections. Objective, they are objective because you shouldn't be taking them personally and make them subjective. So objective, and then you need to be able to answer them objectively. That's the idea. And I think most often we underestimate numbers, but numbers are a good way of dealing with things objectively. So if I took 50 classes this year, I did so many of upskilling this year. I had so many students guided. We did this. Then why am I not getting budget for this particular lab? This lab is needed for X, Y, Z, 3. This equipment is needed for one, two, three things. This will help our student gets one, two, three things, and this will help the student further the college in such a way that these gets placed, and we can then print the testimonials of how did this lab help them. So we need to go all around and prepare a case study before you even ask for something. Okay. Some of the key things that we have to keep in mind when we are having a negotiation is, one is anchoring. What is anchoring? For example, I come to you and I say, I'm interested in a AI class, which is online class from the same college as you are doing, but and you haven't printed any amount of money. Then I say that no, but my budget is only 5,000 rupees. Okay, and the class is, let's say, of somewhere 25,000. Now, even if you wanted, let's say you were being told that we can go till 15,000. Now you're scared to even tell 15,000 because I have anchored my price much lower than the minimum. There are chances that you can straight away say no, but let's say you want the minimum numbers and you are not getting those numbers. In those cases, there are very high chances that I may get what I want. Because anchoring creates a bias that if I go to a market, and that's why people bargain. So if somebody tells you 100 rupees is this bag, they are selling some bag, you say, no, I can only give you 20 rupees. Now, in the mind of this person, he bought this bag for 25 rupees. Okay. So the last he can give you is 30 rupees with a 5 rupees profit. Now, from 100, he might have gone to 50. Okay. It was still 50% if you look at it. But you made the anchoring so low that one is this person can say no, 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 no. Second is that he's thinking ki koi baat nahi, it's okay if after 5 rupees in 5 rupees profit, let me just sell it off, because little profit is better than no profit, or selling it is also important because you want revenue also coming in. So, and this is, let's say, his last pack, or let's say this is the last thing he wants, and tomorrow he is going to go to buy stock. So that is the time when you get a good bargain, by the way, because of so many circumstances or so many things working, right? The person is also human at the end of the day. They're also thinking simultaneously as you talk. Second is framing. Framing is nothing but presenting information that will formate your opinion positively. Now, if you look at framing and you look at today's times, and there's a very, very uh, there's a information bias or propaganda. These are the words you must have heard. Or I would say, uh, think tank brought up. So what does a New York Times or any other news channel does? They frame an information positively, or let's say Quint or large news media or Reuters. uh, what do they do? They take a lot of money. They are paid a lot of money, let's say, from some country or some particular state. But and what do? They present an information or perception very positively towards certain things. China has made the fastest train in the world. The China is competing with the world. While we may think that this is not absolute, nobody has validated the information, by the way, because newspapers can publish anything these days. And while they needed certain evidence to print, but I think no, by the time you go and check that evidence, they can always print an apology and say, "Oh, there was a mistake." But nobody cares. You see why? Because the moment you look at it, you have some framing in your mind, and the framing is nothing but that is tilting you in a direction of positive, not negative. But mostly what happens is that you're paid to frame either somebody else negatively, or paid to frame yourself positively, right? So you continuously frame this company is doing charity, they did this charity. They don't highlight what the work the company is doing, they're just highlighting the charity part of it. And then you have some stories coming over months. It will not do anything, but tomorrow when you go to that company, you'll have a very positive mindset, because it formates a mental frame in your mind. And that is why it is important to do the diligence, right? I was coming across an article in Reuters, articles recently, where Reuters had printed that certain jets were bought from, Indonesia had bought some jets from Pakistan and all of this. And what happened is that the information source refer backs to their own news. Basically, there is no evidence. There is no real talk. There's no authenticity. But if you go and check, it will take you to past article, and that past article will take you to another past article, and just keep rotating between them. But nobody even does this much if you look at it. But there are people who did it, so that is why it was evident. And so now, why would they do it? Because somebody wants to be framed positively. That means they got money to be framed positively. That means they printed the news because they want this country to be framed positively in selling, let's say, military equipments. And similarly, framing can also happen negatively. So that see articles talking about positivity, infrastructure, let's say this infrastructure is improved, they have the tallest building, they have, hmm, that is how almost 20 years back, I think we heard about UAE, let's say Middle East. UAE has the tallest building, Burj Khalifa is the tallest building. You hear such things and frames your mind. Now you want to go into Burj Khalifa and see it. Yeah, you want to go to UAE, right? So it's nothing but framing about certain things, and these are things which impact people's mind actively, because very few people actually go and do due diligence, collect information, and fact check it. So that is where, before a negotiation, right, it becomes more and more important, because let's say you are buying an equipment, then company would have printed everything in good. Now, how do you authenticate the information? You actually go to people who have bought, if you know someone, right? Then you ask, what happened? Does it work well? How often do you face problem? Let's say you're buying a car, and at least in this we all do it, right? When we are buying a personal car, I have seen most of the people, at least 70-80% of the people buy uh, not looking at advertisement only. They would have asked, how is this car? A lot of people do it, especially with machines. How is it washing machine? How does it work? How's your working? Front load is better, top load is better. Because even for that small amount of money, we would like to be absolutely certain that we are spending it on something which is good, which will last, right? Second thing, like the third thing is concessions, right? Uh, Now, as I said, in the bag case, you're really not sure if that person is ready to give you in this amount. In a bag of 100 rupees, it doesn't matter. But if a machine is of 10 lakh or 20 lakh, it will matter. What is the amount of concession are they ready to give you? How much have they gone? What have they done the least amount, 1 year back? How can it increase so much in 1 year? What can you think in negotiating? So these are your areas that you should expand and understand. Okay, so I had this funny cartoon, which I thought I'll just pop up, which is very famous, Dilbert, in, they ask for raise, and he says, I demand for a raise or I will quit today. So the boss is like, okay, go. So, so the point is, the reason why it is important is that do not do not corner people. Do not go with no options. Always have best alternate option. So you need to have one, two, three things on your table even before you go to negotiate. What if he doesn't agree to this? What if he says this? You have to imagine scenarios, and that is where AI can also help you prepare for scenarios. What can go worse, even for subjective ones? What can go if I go and say this? What are the areas that can go? What should be my answer in that case? What can I ask for? So these are things you can prepare in advance, mentally prepare in advance before you even negotiate. You don't want a person to be just having two options, that yes and no. They can't be just the options, right? As I said, understanding influence becomes very important. You need to know, uh, one is, of course, you are being influenced, well, and influenced by people you like. But of course, how are you being influenced indirectly? How is somebody influencing you? You are looking for instruments from two different company, and one guy keeps coming to you every week and saying, sir, how did you like it? Did you like it? Did you try it? Why don't you come? Should I show you a display? Whom will you be more inclined to? It is so obvious. The person who is coming and meeting you, that is what they teach us in sales, to keep in touch, with the eventual buyers, have a relationship. Why? Because that is what will influence them in buying or tilt towards you. Eventually, majority of the businesses happen because of relationship, and pricing comes secondary, you know. So, and if you look at why influencing matters more and more today, is because number one, if you look at industry perspective, there are decisions, you have multiple stakeholders, and the decisions have to be made faster, with so many stakeholders being involved and feel like they have a say. In academia, it becomes more and more difficult because you are consensus driven, right? You have a, let's say, a committee for purchase, and then you have a committee for this technology, and also you need consensus of more and more people. What what generative AI can help you in is helping with the prior preparation for this committee, preparation with facts, preparation with data, preparation with pointers that you can present as an individual, be prepared about, be think about it, and then go and negotiate. The 3H, there is a famous model of 3H influencing model, which says that head, heart, and hand, right? And uh, in fact, it's also, yesterday, I think I was reading, and we were saying, I think it was Socrates who said, logic and, so he gave this for how do you make an impact on us, and that was more from the philosopher's point of view, where they say loci and logic, and then passi, and so those are three triangles. Today it's called head, heart, and hands, but it means the same. And I'll tell you where are the areas it is important in. It's not only important in how do you negotiate on a negotiation table, it's important in your everyday life. everyday life is data and logic. For example, if we look at academia, you have certain thought process in academia. You want certain kind of people in academia. If somebody comes differently dressed there, differently behaving there, differently, you will think differently. So head here means data and logic. What are the things that you're saying? Some numbers, some things they showcase. Heart is emotional intelligence, and of course, hand is practical implementation. How do you do certain things? This is a very famous model even for your day-to-day interaction. How do you behave? How do you talk to people? And how do you influence people every day? Sia Denise, on the other hand, gave a very, you know, principle of influence on the of reciprocity, social proof, and authority. Like I said, it can happen. You don't know who are the people who are influencing you. Some senior person may be influencing you because, authority. Social proof, they're successful, and hence you want to be influenced by them. Correct? You follow certain people because they are successful, and you think this will lead you success. Reciprocity, sometimes if you have a good, your boss tends to influence, your wife tends to influence you because you tend to influence her. Your child tends to influence you because you tend to influence. So that's a reciprocity. Second part is consistency, liking and scarcity, right? So what is consistency? If somebody is behaving in a, sorry, yeah, is my slide visible? Um, okay, I hope my slides are visible. Okay, so here consistency is you have a liking for somebody and you have been consistently observing them, right? That's when you tend to get influence. When it comes to generative AI, you can create benchmarks. Excuse me. Sorry. So, yeah. Now we come with the first one, which is influencing without authority. Why is it important to learn influencing without authority? Influencing without authority becomes very important because you wouldn't want somebody who is, you know, uh, somebody thinking that you're influencing them. Right? Okay, let me share my, I think my thing is unshared. Let me share it. Okay. Uh, hmm, okay. Okay. So, influencing without authority is a, think about it, of a power and that's why they say this, you hear this, lot of people are influencing you from the back. Why do you think it matters? It matters because nobody is looking at you as an actual influencer. Nobody is looking at you as a person who is influencing their decision. And it's the most powerful place to be able to influence without any authority. So basically, in that way, you can even influence people far off. And that comes from an equation of trust, reliability, and if you trust somebody, if they are credible, and intimacy sometimes, because not all influencing people may be people close to you. But yeah, it does, you do get influence a lot from people around you. Now, there's a principle called SCARF, right? David Roth of Neuro Leadership devised this model called SCARF, a brain-based model for influencing others. Number one is status. The sense of importance we give to others are relative to opponents. For example, if Trump versus, let's say, hmm, Greenland, right? Everybody knows that whose status is there. It's so visible. Certainty, right? Desire for security and control responses here. Green is like we want to be with, you know, no, we don't want to be with US. So that uncertainty is something they don't want to deal with, and certainty is that they already have. Autonomy, control of personal decisions, where whether I want to make this decision or not is something I can control. Excuse me. Relatedness is that you can relate to something which is common. So in a group of, let's say, if you go to a new college, whom do you think you relate to first? So supposedly if you smoke, just giving a hypothetical example, you go with a person who smokes and you go outside and you relate, subconsciously relate to that person because you have same habits. Then comes fairness, and you don't want to be lack of favoritism. Well, this is something very, very difficult, because if unless and until you go by hardcore data, you will tend to have a little favoritism or little, as a unconscious bias. Okay, so there is this pain. Excuse me. I hope you can see my screen, right? I just tend to lose it. Okay, so we're coming to an important place of whether to be honest or the dilemma whether to share completely or not. If you look at, we're constantly in two dilemma, right? So if I'm going to if I want something, then I am in a dilemma whether should I tell this person that my budget is this much, should because they would want to give you in this price, and my budget is so, should I tell them honestly? So this is the biggest dilemma when you are in a negotiation table, right? Whether should you reveal too much? Should you keep your cards with you? So it's also a dilemma of trust. Whether you think somebody having the information that you have will take advantage of it and use for their own good. Just playing this video. I hope all of you can hear the sound. It's on.
Prince 2, the portfolio of global best practices in project, program, and portfolio management. 96% of
William Ury and Roger Fisher are the founders of the Harvard Negotiation Project. They've written a book together titled Getting to Yes. I recently read the book and want to share with you the key lessons. According to the book, negotiation isn't about splitting things 50-50 or insisting on your way or my way. It is definitely not about winning or losing. If you're asking who is winning, you've already lost. So what is a negotiation about then? Let me give you a few examples and you'll see. Two men argue in a library. One wants the window open for fresh air, the other wants it closed to avoid the wind blowing his papers. So what do? Do you leave it half open, a bit open, or closed? The librarian listens to both and then goes and opens the window in another room, bringing in fresh air without disturbing the papers. This leaves both sides happy. Another example. Two people want to share a cake but can't agree on how to divide it fairly. Regardless of how you cut it, they will both complain that the other side got a bigger piece. So what do? Well, you ask one person to cut the cake and the other chooses first. Since the person cutting knows that the other side picks first, he will split it evenly to avoid getting a smaller piece. One last example. Two kids argue over an orange. The parent takes the knife, cuts the orange 50-50, and gives each kid half. One kid eats the fruit and throws away the peel, while the other uses the peel to bake a cake and throws the fruit into the trash. If the parent had asked why they wanted the orange, both kids could have gotten 100% of what they wanted, but they only got 50%. As you can see from these examples, negotiation is about finding a solution that leaves both sides happy without hurting the relationship. So how do you do it? How do you find those wise and practical solutions like the ones we just saw? Here's a 4-step framework that will make you a smarter negotiator. Step number 1, focus on interests, not positions. Remember the story about the 2 men arguing over a window in the library? It illustrates a
We did this part, if you remember earlier, and I said, let's park it aside. We will come to it.
common problem in negotiations.
So this is the same thing where we are saying that we need to understand interest and not, position. I just want to play another video for all of you. And so I thought I'll play this video for all of you. And all of you can see the important part that is important for negotiation here is, you know, that is the body, the language. And if you make a very grumpy face and go to a negotiation table, that's going to be so visible, right? And hence, the very important part that we forget is how you dress up, what are your non-verbal communication, and what do you do on a negotiation table? How is your body uh, telling a lot without actually you speaking up, right? Since we are just on time, I want to also finish it. The sharing my screen today, I was a bit slow, I believe, and that's why I'm just cut on time. So here, I hope you can still see my screen. And so the Gen AI's impact on influence and negotiation is that AI as a persuasion assistant, AI as a negotiation stimulator, like I said, and AI is a data storyteller before any negotiation, because at the end of the day, negotiation would have you as a person and you as a people. I don't think we have come to a age, or we will come to a era where, it will be Indians which will be negotiating. Eventually, it will be people who will be negotiating, and that is why it becomes more important that you utilize these tools to prepare yourself for that negotiation. Where can generative AI help in the process of negotiation for you? Is compliance checklist, legal framework, fine print, research study. In fact, I have an example of, okay, so I don't have it here, but recently, what happened is that in US, there was a person whose medical bill was very huge, and the hospital just billed, and the insurance company was not giving it. So what this person did is just put the procedures and all the things, and also the insurance company's detail on the uh, Gemini, and took understanding of what are the and then they got to know that they have double billed majority of the procedures. Also, the procedures when not needed were billed, and eventually they could reduce the bill so much that it was and that was also funded by the insurance company. So, especially with legal clauses, all of us understand that one, they are so fine print that it is not readable. Secondly, a lot of them mean so many things that we don't understand. So, those are the areas you can really make use of platforms like, ChatGPT or Gemini or multiple other platforms. In fact, there are exclusive legal framework, and understand what does it mean. Understand what does this negotiation mean. Understand what does the terms and condition of purchase means. What are the warranty? What are the guarantee? And how can we utilize it? And then prepare for the negotiation. What are the market? Who are the competitors? And do that part of it. So yeah, I think we are on time also. I see somebody saying when will we get certificate? The certificate is something that you will receive after giving your Future Skills Prime evaluation, and I believe all of you would already be having an access to Future Skills Prime, where you have to go and do the complete course on AI, and then after that you have to take a assessment, and then you will get a certificate. Let me know any queries. I know today I've left very little time, but then you could please ask me any questions. I hope the session was interesting, and I hope you did not find it boring, and it's worth your Saturday.
Definitely, I think it shows how much time you have taken to prepare for the session, because the way you were giving examples for almost each and every topic, a lot of preparation must have gone into it. I'm pretty sure, and I'm sure it was helpful for everyone. If anyone has any questions, I will just. Anjana, if you can just stay on for a couple of minutes to answer any questions. I'm just getting in touch with the other trainer who will be joining. Just give me a couple of minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Somebody did ask when will we get certificate, but so that's why I'm saying they have to give Future Skills Prime evaluation to get the certificate. Yeah, so the difference between negotiation and bargain is that negotiation, like I said, have two parties, right? And where both of them want something from it. Now, in a bargain, if you look at it, normally we call bargain when we are mostly going and buying something. If you look at a seller's market, the seller's market is reasonably big. Secondly, uh, we don't, the moment certain things have a higher value, we do not call them a bargain. So bargaining is limited to one low cost items. Secondly, it has a huge market. So if you look at any heckler or somebody selling anything, they have a
Anjana, there
huge
is,
market.
yeah, sorry to interrupt. If you can just stay on for some more time, I think there is some miscommunication. So the other trainer will be joining in 5:30. You can finish your session in another couple of minutes, and then everyone can take the assessment right now. They can take the assessment, and we can have the last class at 5:30. I think that should be fine. You can take this time to take your assessment.
Yeah, they have 30 minutes now. So if they start now, they can take it till 5:30. Or maybe you
Yeah, till
can give them
last
till
class.
5:45. Yeah, they can start some
Yeah,
for.
yeah. So we please take your test right now, the assessment, and 5:45 we can start the next class. We'll do that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
All the best, all of you. So I hope to see a lot of certificates coming now on LinkedIn. Bye, guys. Bye,
Okay,
Kamna.
thank you, Anjana. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Bye.
So I'll request all the faculty members to please take the assessment right now. I'll repeat the steps again if you want. Okay, so you just have to go to Future Skills Prime. I'm just sharing my screen now. Wait. What did I do? Second. Share. Screen. Share. Okay. So you go to Future Skills Prime. You log in. I'm already logged in, so I'll just log in. And here you just go to groups. And then you just, you will see your own group, AICT Atal Online FTP. You go here. And you can take the assessment here. You can enroll and start taking the assessment. And you can take this 45 minutes for your assessment. And then we will, I'm still here. I'm just stopping the share. And if you have any questions, I'll take your questions right now. Let me know. The next class will start at 5:45. So Amit Vashisht ji, you have already taken the assessment. Hello. Amit Vashisht ji, you've already taken the assessment. So I think uh, then last date to take the assessment is Monday. But those who have already taken the assessment, you can rejoin at 5:45 for the last class. So Amit Vashisht ji, you can log out and log back in at 5:45 when we'll have the next class. Rest of you, please take the assessment. If you're not taking the assessment right now, you can do till Monday, but I'll suggest you do it right now. Duration is 30 minutes. Duration is 30 minutes, Anita ma'am. You can take it right now. Arvinder ji is asking me about his assessment. So for all those who have taken your assessment, we will be getting the scores on Tuesday from the agency because Monday is a holiday. It's a national holiday. On Tuesday, we'll be getting all those who score 70% can fill the feedback form on Atal website and then you can download your certificate. It is Atal's, Atal has mandated that Atal has mandated that 70% marks is compulsory for getting the Atal certificate. So, Arvinderji, I hope I have answered your question. Arulji is asking for reassessment. There is only one chance for assessment, so there's only one chance for assessment. So please do it very carefully. If you get less than 70%, then you can enroll for the next batch, which is happening on February 2nd or February 9th. All those who enroll in that batch will also be getting a free assessment. You can access the video and materials till 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 end of the till end of this financial year, till March. You can access the materials, so it should not be a problem. But I'll suggest that you finish the course before. That will help you to score 70% marks in your assessment. So in case if you don't score, you can enroll for the next batch, which is on February 9th. I hope that answers your question, Priyanka ma'am and Umayal sir. Mehta sir, you're not able to proceed. I can. Mehta. Mehta sir. Profile image option is mandatory. Profile image option is. Sir, can you take a photo, sir? Can you um, can you take a photo with your camera? Can I take a photo with your camera for the first blank? For the image option. हेलो हेलो मेहता सर हाँ सर इसमें ना जो पहली दो चीजें इसको चाहिए एक आपका प्रोफाइल पिक चाहिए एक आपका आईडी प्रूफ चाहिए तो आई थिंक आप पहले अपना अब जो पहले है उसमें अपना कैमरा से आप फोटो ले सकते हैं और सेकंड वाले में सिर्फ आपका वो चाहिए आईडी प्रूफ आप में उसमें आपका फोटो नहीं चाहिए उसमें सिर्फ आईडी प्रूफ का फोटो चाहिए
का फोटो मतलब उसको जैसे कैमरा हमने तो कैमरा कैप्चर दे रखा है इस पे
हाँ हाँ
जैसा अगर आप देखना चाहो तो आपको वीडियो कॉल दिखा सकता हूँ
हाँ हाँ
मैं सिंपली पुटिंग मतलब वो कैप्चर की बात करता हूँ तो कैप्चर कैसे करवाऊंगा उसको मुझे तो पकड़ नहीं मिलेगा ना उसको
हाँ नहीं मतलब थोड़ा सा आप उसको कैमरा के और पास ले जा सकते हैं ताकि आपका फेस नजर ना आए सिर्फ वो नजर आए आपका फोटो भी नहीं आ रहा ना उसमें
तो नहीं आया इसमें क्या होगा लेकिन तो नहीं आती है
टेक अ फोटो अगर आप प्रेस करते हो तो क्या दिखा रहा है टेक अ फोटो में
वो लगता ही नहीं है क्लियर जस्ट फॉर अ फोटो पहले तो देन कुछ भी नहीं आ रहा स्क्रीन पे कोई चेंज नहीं हो
आप
जैसे ही मैं
एक ओके आई टेल यू आप एक काम करिए आप ये दोनों स्क्रीनशॉट जो आपने मेरे को भेजे है ना ये
हाँ
आप एक ईमेल में support@futuresskillsprime को भेजिए और मुझे कॉपी में रखिए मैं इसको ट्यूसडे को रिजॉल्व कराऊंगी विल लेट यू कंप्लीट द कोर्स देन विल
हाँ
लेट यू
ठीक है
टेक द असेसमेंट हाँ वो आपका करवा देंगे हम आप ये अभी रेज कर दीजिए ये इशू ईमेल करिए support@futureskillsprime.in और कॉपी में मेरे को रखिए आप
कोई दिक्कत
आपके पास है ना दोनों ईमेल आईडीज मैंने चैट पे दिए हुए हैं ठीक है ठीक
ठीक
है
है
ठीक है ओके इन दिस टेक फोटो फर्स्ट सर इसमें ना हाँ ये यही कह रहे हैं कि आप मतलब बाकी लोग जो कर रहे हैं वो यही कह रहे हैं आप पहले अपना फोटो लेने की कोशिश करें कि उन लोगों का काम काम कर रहा है कोई आपके सिस्टम में तो इशू नहीं है
देखो मेरे सिस्टम में तो
हाँ
आईडी प्रूफ नहीं
हाँ हाँ हाँ
आईडी
एक बार आप लास्ट टाइम ट्राई कर लीजिए जो ये बोल रहे हैं आप ग्रुप में देखेंगे तो कुछ लोग आपके लिए सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं आप एक बार वो करके देख लीजिए नहीं तो जैसे मैंने बोला है आप कंप्लेंट रेज कर दीजिए
ठीक है ठीक
ठीक
है
है थैंक यू So I think some of you might have finished the assessment. So my humble request to you is if you can send me a WhatsApp on your feedback on what you liked about the course and how you like the sessions and the trainers. That would be really nice. Priyanka ma'am, if you can send me an email or send me a WhatsApp, that would be great. I'll request the others also, like Umayal sir, and if any of you wants to record a video on WhatsApp and share with me, then we can share it on our LinkedIn post also. So my humble request is if you can share your feedback with me uh, on either video feedback on WhatsApp or email on my email ID or a text message on WhatsApp, that would be great. I mean, I'll request you to do that so that we can share that with AICT. And there is also one reflective journal which which is there on the AICT portal. If you can fill that and share, that would be also great. After Anita ma'am is asking, after last question submission, automatically got a pop-up asking for end test, which is fine because you finished all the questions, so it asks you to end the test so that it can process the results. So that's fine, Anita ma'am, that should be fine. And the battery is low on my laptop, so let me just charge it. Yeah, so feedback, Anita ma'am, feedback is basically you can send me your video feedback. You can record a video on your phone and send it to me on WhatsApp, or you can send me a text message on WhatsApp, or you can send me an email. Plus, on the AICT portal, there is a reflective journal. So I'll share that in the group. I'll share that in this group, and you can fill it and send me. Let me just download it and send it. I'm just downloading this and sharing it with all of you. I've shared that feedback journal with you. If you can fill it and share, that will be great. I have shared it on the WhatsApp group. You can fill that you can fill that journal and send me. I'm getting some messages. Dr. P. Arul, I'll request you to just join again, maybe on the 5th, 9th, on the 9th February batch. If you join again, you will get one more chance for the test. So maybe it will be better. So I'll request you to register for that. Then Miss Farisa is asking, Miss Farisa, can you just refresh? You will get, just go on the top. There is a refresh. There's a refresh icon. You can click that. Sure, sure. If you have sent me, we'll do that. We'll do. So if no group is showing, you need to refresh. Click the refresh icon or search for AICT in the search bar. You will get it. I'm very sorry, Mehta sir. If you're not able to take the photo, I'm sorry. Farisa ma'am, your email ID is already created. Please refresh or search on the put search for AICT in the search bar. Farisa ma'am, your email ID is there. You are there, part of the group. I think you should be able to join. You can submit the feedback by Monday. You can submit the feedback by Monday, please. Because we'll be. Yes, both are okay. You can submit in the group or you can send it to me. Both are okay. Hi, Kirti, please join. I can't see you. Uh, I sent. Wait, I'll promote you to panelist. Wait, wait. So we have our next trainer here. Kirti is here. Kirti Chandrasekharan. She's the research lead at IIT Delhi, and we are very honored to have her here with us to take this session. And I'll request Kirti to come on camera and take this forward with her session.
Sure, Kamna, thank you.
I had sent you your personal link also. I think you joined with the group link. Is it?
Yeah, that's okay. It's okay. I mean, I was just,
Yeah.
it happened in a hurry. Yeah.
No worries, no worries, no
All
worries.
right.
Sure, sure, sure.
Okay.
I'll just go off camera and you can take the session.
So, all right. Hello, everyone. So is the mandate not to switch on videos, or how does it happen? Okay. All right. Okay. So let me introduce myself. My name is Kirti Chandrasekharan. I work as a research lead in IIT Delhi. So this session is for emotional intelligence and design thinking. So I'll be going through the session with you guys. So please, if there are any questions, please feel free to stop me or raise your hand or put your question in chat, however that works. And yeah, let's keep it interactive. It's always good to keep it interactive. Yeah, that way it's an engaging training. So yeah, okay, so let's go ahead. Please do confirm, organizers, whether you can see my PPT. Sure. Okay. Is the screen visible to everyone? Am I audible, Kamna? Okay. Can anyone confirm if the screen is visible or not? All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. See it in the chat. Okay. So basically, this is a training session on emotional intelligence and how it can be a professional's edge. Right? In today's fast-paced world, when everything moves ahead with a certain pace, what can give you a professional's edge is very important. Understanding emotional intelligence is very important. And also to understand that we live in the time and age of data, right? Big data. And we're talking about data management on a day-to-day basis and how data is driving change. So it is also important to understand how emotions play a role in a world which is very much driven by data in today's day and age. So, what is emotional intelligence is very important to understand. It's a straightforward, powerful ability, right? It is the capacity to understand your own emotions, understand others' emotions, and using that understanding to act wisely, right, in our day-to-day lives. So this is pretty straightforward. I'm sure all of you are already aware of it. So often the questions that I get are like, okay, we understand our own emotions and we understand others' emotions, but how exactly to use it to improve our own behavior, right? So that is the process that we need to inculcate. So that is it's the learning aspect of emotional intelligence, understanding others' emotions, understanding your own emotions, see how they interact with each other, and using that understanding intelligently in our workspaces, in our personal spaces, and acting wisely on the basis of that understanding, right? All of that would fall in the purview of emotional intelligence. Now, how IQ and EI are two different facets and two different essential abilities is also important to understand. So, intelligence quotient, as we are all aware, is mostly about thinking, reasoning, memory, problem solving, how it is mostly stable from childhood, right? It helps with tasks, logical reasoning, predicting academic ability to some degree. Emotion intelligence, on the other hand, is about feeling, right? And understanding emotions and processing and relating and connecting with people, right? And it measures self awareness to some degree, empathy, communication. It can develop at any age. So, that is the important aspect of emotional intelligence. It is important to understand that it can develop at any age, and different people mature at different ages. Emotional intelligence evolves at different ages differently. So it is important to understand that it is not a fixed facet, right? That you will come with a certain EQ and then it won't change over time. It doesn't happen like that. EQ is something that develops over time. It develops with age. It develops with as you go along in life and how you relate with people and connect with people. So it's essentially a social skill as well. Now it predicts to a large extent what your workplace success is going to be, especially if you are in any leadership roles or managerial positions. Emotional intelligence plays a very important part, right, to drive success. Now, how do you see the difference in action? So if you want to see how IQ and EQ would play out, right, in a work scenario, and how you can see it different, I've sort of tried to illustrate with an example here that high IQ and low EI, so brilliant at coding probably or technical skills, but cannot take feedback, right, at work. That would be high IQ but low EQ. So when something goes wrong, this person might blame others, right? Not take responsibility for their own action. The work might be good, the work output might be great, but people would still avoid working with this person, right? Because their IQ is high, their technical competence is very high, but they are not able to connect with people or they are not able to work with teams essentially at workplace. So that is an example. Second is if someone has a moderate IQ, for instance, and high into emotional intelligence. So what happens is they learn at a steady pace, but they listen actively, right? There's active listening happening. So in tense situations and stressful situations, which are very common at work, right? We're going to have it. They help teammates succeed. They help teammates collaborate and drive outputs together. So in that case, they quickly become a trusted team lead as a result. So if you're able to channelize your EI, right, better at work, along with having a moderate EQ, your chances of success are much higher, right? So, which is why EI is in this day and age a very very essential skill to acquire or learn or know more about, right? So if you are wanting to be in leadership positions or in managerial positions, you have to be a go-to person who would still drive results, right? So it is important to see or understand how EQ can help you drive this at workplace, drive success at workplace. Now, so simply put, again, I've put an illustration in place so that you can understand. So IQ can get you hired, right? Because that is pretty much your resume, right? Your technical ability, your skills, right? But EQ or EI will get you promoted, right? Because you will move to managerial positions and leadership positions only if you can function well in groups, you can think logically, and you can exercise and understand and give that space, make space for your team members as well, and connect with them and communicate effectively with them to drive results, right? So if you need to connect with people and relate your EQ, you should invest in improving your emotional intelligence, right? In understanding that if you have to climb your career ladder and from mid-level management to leadership positions, you should be able to handle technical tasks, but it's as well as communicate, right, clearly to your groups and relate with your groups and be that trustworthy person that people may want to go to, right, for solutions, right? So that is the understanding about how integral emotional intelligence is at workplace. Now, what are the new set of skills that are required in today's workplace, right? The modern organization, as we all know, is more global, digital, diverse, and interconnected, right? Today, we are not talking about working in silos, right? Everything is interdisciplinary, intersectional, and people from different competencies have to learn to work together, right? That's the modern workplace. The people don't fail because of, as I mentioned, don't fail because they have low IQ, but they fail because of poor relationships, stress, conflicts, or communication breakdowns, because people cannot connect with each other or teams cannot function together, right? So success nowadays definitely depends on cross-functional collaboration. Customer-facing roles require deep empathy and patience, right? And leadership is not just about influence, not just about authority, but is also about able to connect and read situations accurately, right? When a team member is coming to you with a problem, uh, if you are high on emotional intelligence, you'll be able to read what the situation is or what circumstance has driven that person to come to you, right? If you're able to evaluate, right, or understand the emotional space with which someone is coming to you or trying to connect with you, and you are able to handle the situation in such a manner, right, in an appropriate manner, in a given workspace, that goes a long way, right? And it helps you sort of establish certain decorum at workplace. Now, why EI matters more today than ever before, as I mentioned, hybrid teams are a reason, because now we require strong digital empathy as well, right? Because here I'm also connecting with all of you guys online, right? We're not just talking about uh, direct physical presence anymore. We're talking about virtual presence, right? We're talking about how digital empathy is important to understand. So even while if you turn on your videos, for instance, you're able to see, right, how a person is able to connect to you or not, or maybe the person is looking at somewhere else while trying to talk to you, so you know that person is distracted. So all of these non-verbal cues, right, all of these emotional cues that a person is giving to you on digitally also becomes very relevant in today's workplace, right? So understanding what digital empathy means, right, and how important it is to function in today's day and age is also an important thing to understand. Now, how does it help in accelerating change? Because today's workspace demand a certain resilience and adaptability, right? And which have to be rooted in self-awareness and self-regulation. So you have to know your own emotions first. You have to know how your emotions are influencing work, and how you need to be in control of your own emotions, and how you can regulate your own emotions, and to know when to retreat also. So often, if you are coming from a place of anger, you're coming from a place of high emotional, what do you call, turbulence for that matter, right? So you may want to avoid the workspace communication at that point in time, because you may not be able to connect or relate from a logical space at that point. So it is important to understand when you are emotionally equipped or ready or emotionally available to be part of a workspace communication as well, right? So which is why when resilience and adaptability is part of your job, right, you need to understand how important it is to be emotionally intelligent in today's day and age. Now, leadership expectations are also similar, right? It's on similar lines in today's day and age, that younger employees expect emotionally aware managers, not just people who are looking at hierarchical controls, right? Who are like top-down approach doesn't work anymore. We're talking about decentralized approaches. We're talking about different people from different competencies able to work together as a team, right? Rather than everything, all communications being coming in top to bottom, it then never works out that way. So to see whether there is longevity at work, people are able to function in a mentally healthy manner, are able to connect with each other, communicate to each other. You need to enable emotional intelligence in workspace as well, as leaders and as managers, right? And also, when if you are, say, you are at the lower rung of the ladder, right, you have to talk to a manager or a leader or maybe a professor, then how do you go about it is also there's a huge role that in emotional intelligence plays in letting you know that when should you like probably raise an issue, or when should you probably connect to a person with a grievance, right? These things also, emotional intelligence has a huge role to play in it, right? So now the bottom line of things is that if organizations with high EI cultures, they show lower attrition, higher engagement, and better performance, right? So I work in IIT Delhi. So I work with technical people day in, day out. So an important thing to understand is different people come with different competency, right? And different understanding of things. Right? Their qualifications are different. Their training might be different. So together solve problems at scale in today's day and age, right? Of the world's problems in general. Technology is an integral part of everything, right? We have to work, be technically competent to a large degree to scale up solutions, but you have to be smart about it as well, right? Mindlessly applying technology to solve problems is also not an option, right? So, knowing which problem can be solved with which technical assistance or which technical intervention is very, very important. So, in today's work in the today's work environments, working together to solve problems, you have to be both smart and technically savvy, right? So, IQ and your emotional intelligence has to work in tandem with each other. You should be these two facets should inform each other for you to be effective at workplace, right? Okay. So, moving on more in depth into what emotional intelligence is all about and which are the 5 core areas of emotional intelligence that one should be aware of. As popularized by Daniel Goleman, I'm sure Daniel Goleman is a very, you know, although emotional intelligence as a concept was not developed by Daniel Goleman, he popularized it to a large degree. And there's a book called Emotional Intelligence as well, which is authored by Daniel Goleman, which is, I think, a must read for all like people working in all capacities across board. Now, which are the 5 core areas of emotional intelligence? Is one is self-awareness, as I spoke, recognizing what you are feeling and why you're feeling what you're feeling, right? Realizing you are irritated before you like snap during a meeting. So you understand, like for instance, if you're sitting in a meeting and you realize that your response is more aggressive than usual, right? So the reason could be that you're going through some interpersonal stress. The reason could be you are at that point thinking about something else is bothering you at that particular point in time, and you are not able to give attention at work. So having that level of self-awareness becomes very, very crucial. Second is self-regulation, right? So in that scenario, what do you do? Probably not offer a lot of feedback. Probably maybe in that particular meeting, you conduct yourself in a certain manner that you take short pauses, probably think before you respond, be more, aware of how you're putting out your response. So that would be self-regulating, right? Self-regulation, which is important part of emotional intelligence. Third is motivation. So, how would motivation play an important part is staying driven by inner goals and not external rewards. So, often one finds that we are working in challenging projects, right? There are a lot of things that are happening, and recognition might not come to you initially, right? Or recognition might not come to you the way you thought it would, right? From the upper management or anyway for that matter, or from your teammates also. So often you have to still stay driven, right, by your inner goals and knowing that you have improved than before, right, even though it is not acknowledged by external rewards. So pushing through challenging work environments with your own intrinsic motivation also becomes crucial. And emotional intelligence talks about how motivating oneself is also very crucial to stay at workspaces with some amount of drive. That is also important. Fourth is empathy, understanding what others might be feeling. So as I told you, noticing that a colleague seems overwhelmed or has a personal issue, or maybe they are not able to contribute at that point in time, the way they were heading something and you were depending on that particular person to deliver, but at that point in time they are not able to contribute. You offer help, maybe, right? Or allow them to come back to you with a solution later. So these things are also important part of functioning, right, in a workspace. So their empathy plays a role. And then again, fifth is social skills. So as I told you, communicating, collaborating, and resolving conflicts. That is an important part of a workspace, handling nowadays, because now we're working with teams, as I said, with different competencies, and conflicts are a very common thing that happens, right? Because a person may not be in the right space of mind, may not connect from a logical space, and might use words, right, or terms which are unprofessional, right? So these things need to be navigated, and these things conflicts need to be resolved, right? So that is again a skill that one acquires over time. So emotional intelligence का एक part ये भी है, social skills है, right? So self awareness, self regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills are important 5 core areas. And what is important to understand, as I said, emotional intelligence is something that you acquire over time, right? Emotional intelligence is something that is a skill that can be learned, right? So the more and more in touch with your emotions you are, the more and more better equipped you become at regulating them. The more and more you are connecting with people, relating to people, understanding people, listening to people, you are able to develop your emotional intelligence as you go along, right? So it is important to understand that emotional intelligence can be acquired. It is a skill that can be acquired, right? If one works towards it, of course. Now, mastery of these internal pillars, right? Mastery of emotional intelligence comes from within. It starts from within. So, how does this happen? Is one, self awareness, as I told you, the ability to understand one's own emotions, strengths, weakness, and values. So, in the workspace, an employee knows they respond poorly to tight deadlines, so they plan ahead to complete work in advance. So, this is a fine example of how self awareness can help you in workspace. So if for instance, if you know that you are in a position when you have tight deadlines, right? What do? You plan ahead in advance. So you know best what works for you in a workspace, right? Because you know that this workplace is turbulent, things might come last minute, right? And you may also know that your team functions a certain way at a certain pace, right? So to enable that also, if you are self-aware enough and you know that if there are responses that you have to quickly come up with, right? You may not be communicating clearly. So planning ahead is an important part that one does if one is self-aware, right? Second is self-regulation. So the ability to control or redirect disruptive impulses and moods, right? It's about pausing and choosing a response based on values, not just feelings, because feelings might be emanating from different points, right? It could be your interpersonal stress, but you don't want it to play a role at workspace, right? You want to be coming from a logical space at work, right? Or from a response that is based on values and not emotions and feelings, right? So now a manager, for example, a manager receives a blunt critical feedback via email and waits to respond with a calm, constructive tone instead of reacting immediately. So instead of reacting, you are responding, right? That is the difference. So when you employ emotional intelligence, you are responding and not just reacting. You are acting from a space of an emotional intelligent space. If you're acting from an emotional intelligence space, you are responding and not just reacting, right? So now motivation, I think I explained it earlier. So a leader overseeing a struggling team sees it not as a failure, but as an opportunity to prove their worth and turn the situation around. So this is constantly, so like I can give you an example from my workspace. So if there is one person you can see in a team that is not delivering till the last minute, right? But you know that they are people who in high pressure situation can give you quick turnarounds, right? So then you might not be as worried about that particular person's output than you are worried about someone who you know will take time to respond, right? So this is also a understanding that a leader has, that okay, this person is okay, even if they respond at the last minute, there is a certain quality to the output. But this person is slow, they need more strategic interventions and they need to be handled accordingly. So understanding how to motivate yourself and motivate your team, right? This is also part of emotional intelligence. Now, from self to social, understanding empathy, right? As I said, so the ability to understand the emotional makeup of other people. So the skill in treating people according to their emotional reactions, it's not sympathy, it is understanding, and it's empathy, right? So not just sympathizing with someone, but empathizing with someone, right? Understanding where they're coming from, being in their shoes and understanding them, right? So a team lead, for instance, notices a colleague seems stressed and ask privately, is everything okay? Right now, asking privately is the part to note, right? If you can see that in a team meeting, this particular person is not responding that like they normally do, right? Or they are not offering you an output or a solution like you hoped they would, then the best thing to do would be to connect with them otherwise and find out whether something is wrong, right? If everything is okay, right? So you ensure that you don't talk them down in the team meeting, but ensure, like, talk to them probably privately and ensure whether they are okay, right, at that point in time? Do they need some help? Or do they need to take the day off? Or do they need someone to reach out to them, right? Or maybe be recommended to counseling, whatever it is. You may want to connect privately and see whether that person is doing okay, right? So that is where empathy plays a role. Now, social skills. Social skills is proficiency in managing relations and networks, right? An ability to find common ground and build rapport. It's friendliness, but with a purpose, not just being friendly for being friendly, right? It is about being friendly so that you can elicit a certain output with a purpose. So, in the workplace, a leader effectively communicates a new vision, senses the team's reaction, adapts their message, and inspires everyone to work towards that goal. So now, when you work in workspaces which have multiple teams operating, you may want to take everyone's suggestions, right? You take everyone's suggestions, relate with everyone, know where everyone is coming from, what kind of output they're offering, and take these, different contributions into consideration. Adapt the design, right? Whatever your design of your document, probably, or some PPT, probably. So whatever it is, or some output, work output in whatever manner, you adapt their message, you take their inputs, and you ensure that everyone feels that they are part of the process and everyone feels represented and heard, right? That's very important. So, and that would inspire people automatically to work towards their goal because they will own it, right? There'll be a sense of belonging. They will know that, okay, this is an idea that I have contributed, or this is a document I have contributed, or this is a workplace mission that I have contributed. So then people are more likely to perform better at workspace if you consider their emotions and if you include them in processes and collaborate with them with a purpose, right? So again, emotional intelligence plays a role there. Now, as I said, reactive response and emotional intelligence response. How do you differentiate between them, right? So with some examples, we'll go through it. So for example, the scenario is a manager gives a last minute change, right? Which happens often, as we all know. So, what would be a reactive response to it? That why didn't you tell me sooner, right? But what would that achieve is important to understand. The answer, when you say that why didn't you tell me sooner, right? So that would just lead to conflict. That would lead to you assigning the blame to someone else, right? So, which is not a productive way to function. Now, instead, the emotional intelligence response would be I'll do my best to adjust. For the future, can we talk about how to avoid this? Or how can we have certain systems in place so that we see that this doesn't happen again? So, in a way, it is an effort to de escalate something and it focuses on solutions rather than the problem. Right? So, that is the difference. So, you are not reacting, you are offering a solution, but at the same time, you are talking about what is bothering you, right? Or what exactly is wrong about this particular way of working. So that is the difference. So reactive and emotional intelligence response. Take another scenario, for instance, like a colleague's idea is ignored in a meeting, which is again something that commonly happens because meetings happen under different scenario. Maybe there are time-bound meetings, or we are meeting with a purpose, with a mission, and often it is not like it might not be possible to hear out everyone, right? So people might feel left out. People might feel that they've not been heard in a meeting. So, how do you react to it? You would say something completely defensive, right? Or you may withdraw from a conversation, right? Why? Because you've been disrespected or you feel unheard, right? That would be the reactive way of going about things. But if you approach that situation with a certain emotional intelligence, right? And if you give an emotional intelligence response, it would be more like recognizing the feeling of frustration and later approaching the meeting lead to ask for feedback or suggest a process to ensure all ideas are heard, right? So this is now driven by self-awareness and regulation at work. So again, it is about understanding, okay, this is happening to me. I am feeling disrespected. I am feeling frustrated, right? But how do I handle this situation better? So maybe approach that person later. Again, empathy would play a role. So the person who might be conducting the meeting might not be in the mind space to hear you at that point in time, right? It can happen. So you recognize that, you understand, okay, this is probably not the time. Okay. Maybe approach this person later and put forth your idea or pitch your idea. And maybe, try to connect with that person and tell them that this has happened and I'm feeling disrespected. How do I ensure that this doesn't happen again? Right? Or otherwise, how can we set a process in which I can offer my inputs more constructively? So those are the ways to go about with a solution mindset, right? And from a place of emotional intelligence rather than reacting to a situation. So emotional intelligence transforms conflict into opportunities because the best output or best solutions happen out of conflicts, and out of situations that one thinks that one can't navigate, right? Or one thinks that this is the limitation in the system. So only then you offer exciting solutions. So conflicts are inevitable at workspace, right? But emotional intelligent ways of handling conflicts can result in very good outputs. It can result in more collaboration and process improvement like never before. So, which is why emotional intelligence plays a crucial role. Now, what is the leader's playbook, right, for how to function in emotional intelligent workspace? Okay, one is starting with yourself. Simple. In today's workspace, one does not dictate what to do, but one models what to do, right? If one does not follow their own principles, then one cannot dictate it down to their team, right? It doesn't take, if you, even if you try to do that. So it is important to start with oneself, like start with yourself. So continuously work to understand your own emotions and how you impact your team, right? And solicit honest feedback. So if your teammates are not given space to give you feedback, then again it's not a 360-degree process, right? And which is a problem in itself. So starting with oneself and holding oneself accountable is very important. Second is model the behavior you expect. Like I said, demonstrate self-regulation under pressure, exercise empathy, use your social skills to resolve conflicts positively. When your teammates see you do that, see you in action, they will emulate, right? So modeling the behavior is very important. Third is making feedback routine and fact-based, right? Now, this is very, very crucial in workspace, that feedback needs to be constructive, right? Feedback can't, it has to enable growth, and it can't be about personal attack. So one has to differentiate between what a constructive feedback is and what a personal attack is, or what is adding to the process and what is leading to more conflicts, right? This needs to be differentiated. So making feedback more routine and fact-based is very essential. Now, fourth is acknowledge and manage stress, right? So recognize when your team is under pressure, find ways to alleviate it, and provide stress management support, right? Preventing burnout before it happens. So again, this is one thing that I keep seeing in Indian management systems. This is where things are lacking, right? Because we put our teams under pressure, we put our teams under stress, right? But we do not find ways to alleviate it and to acknowledge the team's efforts in stressful environments, right? And we don't offer stress management supports, because of which we see a lot of burnouts and attrition, right? So preventing burnout before it happens need to be accounted for systemically. If systems approach their teams with the solutions, accounting for certain things and planning ahead, right, for stressful situations, it is always helpful. So which is why even in leadership roles, when you are designing processes, being emotional intelligence plays a huge role in today's day and age to navigate conflicts and to ensure workplace output. Now, what is the tangible impact of emotional intelligence in your daily work scenario? One is, you would find, if you are working on your emotional intelligence, you are working, developing the skill of emotional intelligence, you will be able to handle difficult conversations better, right? So you will be able to pause, you'll be able to understand intentions, you'll be able to respond with clarity, right? Instead of defensiveness. You won't get defensive, but you will understand with clarity, right? Now, second is leading teams. You can build trust and loyalty, right? People follow leaders they trust, not just leaders who are smart. So leaders can be very efficient, leaders can be very technically competent, but if someone doesn't trust you, right, your teammate doesn't trust you, they would not follow you, right? So, and people follow leaders they trust, and not just leaders who are smart. It's very important to understand. Third is managing stress. So notice rising frustration and take action before it affects your work or your team. So that is again a thing that a leader constantly does, understanding and managing stress, right? And preventing burnouts, as I said, before they happen. And of course, building client relationships. So clients remember how you made them feel and not just the technical details you've shared. So if you've not interacted with the client with respect that is due to them, right? They won't respond to you, right? They won't, even if you are coming across with great points or you're making great inputs. However, if clients don't, they remember, right? Clients often remember how you made them feel, or whoever you're collaborating with, they remember how you made them feel. Students, for that matter, they remember how a teacher made them feel. It's not just about what the teacher taught them. Students often remember how they were made to feel in a classroom, right? And often one sees that students pick up a subject only if the classes have been interesting, if the teacher has kept it engaging, right, and conversation and interactive, and try to understand the student when a student has not been able to perform for whatever reason. So clients or students or your interfaces, basically whoever you are interacting with in your workspace, they will appreciate how you make them feel. So if you want to be respected, if you want to be understood, please see to it that you are modeling that behavior as well, right? And people will reciprocate automatically. Now, high emotionally intelligent teams solve problems faster and better. That is another understanding one has, that high teams, like the emotionally intelligent teams, they have a culture of better listening and less conflicts and faster and smarter solutions, right? Now, effort is constant, recognition is not. It's very important to understand in workspace. You might be making consistent efforts. You might be trying to put in or give your inputs or your understanding, or you might be outperforming all your teammates. But the recognition will only come when the management is ready for it, right? Or the recognition might only come if the management functions in a way or systemically enables that recognition, right? So there could be gaps there. So understanding that in today's fast-paced organization, recognition can be delayed, right? External validation can be delayed, but it is important to still stay intrinsically motivated in workspaces so that you can play things in the long, you can be in the workspace in the long term, right? More than short-term, goals, one needs to understand how to survive in today's workplace, right? How to last for a long time. So that is the only way to go about it. You have to stay intrinsically motivated and not just depend on your management or your superiors to acknowledge you, right? You need to evaluate your own progress in that manner. You need to understand where were you yesterday and how much you have improved today, and hold yourself accountable to your own intrinsic motivation. That is very important. If you don't do that, you will tend to burn out or you will tend to emotionally react at workspace, right? So, of course, there is a balance. It doesn't mean that you keep on just looking at yourself and not expect any kind of external rewards at all, but understanding that there could be a gap, right? And even during that gap, one needs to sustain, right, oneself. Now, the difference is clear. Navigating workspace, again, as I said, slow recognition cycle. If you are responding without emotional intelligence, you will feel frustrated, disengagement, and bitterness, right? But with emotional intelligence, you will also probably evaluate that, okay, identify a deeper why, right, within the expectation and stay ready for the next opportunity, right? Then is the next opportunity coming to you where you can showcase your efforts, right? So emotional intelligence is also about planning better at workspace, right? Planning how can you best showcase your own, right? Or knowing maybe, okay, when your leader needs a solution, nobody else is offering that solution, but you come ahead and offer a solution, right? So then you become indispensable as a team member, right? So this is important to understand. So this involves everything. So understanding your own emotions, knowing the other's emotion, and knowing where that person is coming from, knowing the problem or the gap in the program or the process or the project or the department, right? And offering a solution at the right time. So this you will be able to do if you're emotionally intelligent. Now, invisible back-end work, for instance, if it's there, so you will feel overshadowed. If you're not applying emotional intelligence, you will feel overshadowed. You will feel undervalued, right? But if you are emotional intelligence or you are able to exercise emotional intelligence, you will recognize the quiet building of deep expertise and credibility and the foundation for a future leadership role. So leadership positions don't come in as easily as well, right? So you need to work towards it, right? And to enable yourself in such a manner that you are equipped. So when that position comes, you need to be equipped, right? So that is a process, right? Now, feedback delays is another thing that causes frustration in teams. So if there are feedback delays, so misinterpreting silence as disapproval, leading to insecurity and demotivation. This is a very common thing in Indian management. Right? You often see that leaders do not acknowledge, right, people at workspaces. They don't tell, they don't upfront, they don't be upfront about it and tell others, right, what exactly is happening. And often the employees or the team members, they misinterpret that silence as disapproval. They understand, they think that they are not being valued, which might not be the case, right? So recognizing silence is also process related sometimes. Performance, it's not performance related, and maintaining momentum nevertheless, right? So that is again something that comes from a space of being emotionally intelligent. Now, how self-awareness and self-regulation create resilience, right, is also another way of understanding. So, for instance, with an example, I'll try to illustrate or explain. So, Jaya knows she loves simplifying complex problems, right? Even if her contribution isn't publicly praised, her personal satisfaction from the work itself keeps her going, right? So, aligning work with personal purpose, not just external applause, right? As I said, you need to be intrinsically motivated to sustain in today's workplace. Now, another example is Rohit didn't get credit for a project he led. Instead of withdrawing, he used self-regulation to stay steady and improve his process. His dependability earned him a larger assignment months later, right? So, pausing, reframing disappointment, and staying steady without getting emotionally derailed is also an important part of being productive in today's workspace, right? And this comes from, again, if you develop emotional intelligence over time, if you are acquiring the skill of emotional intelligence and you are able to use emotional intelligence at workspace, exercise it, then these outputs or resilient, you will come from a resilient space into your workspace, and you're able to self-regulate yourself better and also use emotional intelligence more effectively to create solutions at workspace. Now, so again, in like I said, external reward is a trap that we are often in, right? We are always trying to see or evaluate or understand whether we will be externally rewarded, whether we will be understood, or whether our value will be seen, right? So again, being emotionally intelligent is also about sustainable career growth, right? It is about building resilience and preventing burnout and driving mastery and leadership readiness, right? That is also important. So often when one thinks that one is ready to be a leader, one might not be. That's also important, right? Because your leader needs to think that you are able to perform, or the management needs to see that you are equipped to be a leader. That is very important, right? So one might think that one is ready to be in leadership positions, but it's also it's also important to see whether one is equipped to act in situations in which one can be a leader, or one have those leadership capabilities which makes one equipped to handle situations better, right? So it is also about, it's a constant thing, so it is about whether you are realizing whether you have leadership skills or not, understanding it and offering solutions at the right time, and also the management or the superiors to be able to see that in you, reflect that in you, right? So both these have to work in tandem for you to be recognized at workspace. So that is very important to understand. So emotional intelligence is about building that inner engine, basically, to keep moving despite obstacles and be in a sustainable career growth framework, right? Look at long term outputs. Now, as I said, emotional intelligence is not a fixed trait, right? It is something that develops with age, with connections, with relations, with you get better at it with time. And it's also a matter of practice, right? Emotional intelligence, as everyone says, it is about practicing it also. So there is a significant amount of work, like any other skill, right? There's a significant amount of work one has to do, inner work, right? And work outside, right? To be able to be emotionally intelligent. So EQ is not an inborn talent in that sense. So with intention and effort, you can develop it over time, right? So gaining self-awareness, what are some of the tools that you can employ, right? So gaining self-awareness is about, like, for instance, keeping a journal, right? To pay attention to your thoughts and emotions. So often one finds that when one articulates their thoughts and feelings verbally, one might not be as effective. But when one is jotting it down, right, putting it on paper, right, one might be more articulate, or one might be able to think about it better. So often, which is why we insist in teams that put things in documents, right? Put things in written format, because that helps you to see, what you have written as well. So see for example, how you are articulating, you're able to see it, right? And amend it accordingly. So keeping a journal to pay attention to your thoughts and emotions is a very effective method of gaining self-awareness. Now, how do you practice self-regulation? Is respond, don't react, right? Recognize you have a choice in how you respond, right? I think this is most what spiritual theories also, right, offer to us, that responding to a situation is very important. It's not just about reacting or coming from an emotional space. One has to respond, and understanding that one always has a choice, right? One in to react in a certain way or to respond in a certain way, right? Regardless of what the situation is. That control always rests with you, right? Now, building social skills. Now, practicing active listening. Truly listen to understand and not just to reply. Now, which is why we talk about active listening. We don't just say listening, right? We say active listening. What is active listening? When you are trying to listen to understand. So, which has to be like, there is a certain amount of what do you call, being present, right, in the conversation to be able to do that. You may be listening to someone but not really paying attention to what they're saying, or not really collating it with previous data to see, okay, where could this conversation be coming from, right? So it is practicing active listening, truly trying to understand and not just to reply to that person, but to understand the situation better, right? Next is practicing empathy. So practicing empathy is another thing that we keep on working with. So talk to new people and try to imagine yourself in their place is very important. So now in today's digital world, right, we often find like that social connection itself is an effort, right? Often people refrain from doing that, thinking it drains them, right? So practicing empathy, unfortunately, requires you to talk to new people, to relate in new contexts, right? To see people in different contexts. So the same person might relate to you differently in different contexts. So practicing empathy is about understanding people and context and how people change according to different contexts as well. Right? So for instance, someone might be very different to you personally and very different to you at workplace. So understanding that, right, requires a certain amount of empathy and practice of empathy. Cultivating motivation. Now set small measurable goals to build intrinsic drive, right? Often one sets up very lofty goals one can't achieve in a given time frame, right? Because you have a certain expectations out of yourself. But often in workspace, what is required is to deliver something in that particular time frame in that particular moment, right? So you are working with limitations constantly, right? You don't have all the time in the world, right, to deliver an output. So setting small measurable goals, right, is very, very important, because that will keep you on the path for growth, right? If you constantly think of only the end result or end output, but not measure your progress, then you will burn out or you will feel disappointed, right? So one has to set small measurable goals to build that intrinsic drive, right? Now, accepting criticism is another part which I think a lot of people struggle with, because we often come at a workspace with a certain amount of ego, with a certain amount of uh, you know insecurity, fear, frustration, anger, right? So you treat often feedback is taken as a threat, right? Oh, someone is giving us feedback, right? Or someone is evaluating us, or that can be very, very, one has to constantly be in the habit of accepting feedback, right? Accepting criticism and using it to better one's approach, right, at workspace. So treating feedback as useful information is very, very important, and not just a personal attack. One need not personalize these things. one needs to understand that feedback comes from a space of, a problem or a lack of connection, right? And one can use that feedback to improve oneself. So that attitude towards feedback is very important. Last is using assertive communication. So this is again an area where a lot of people are not, because they come from different backgrounds, personal backgrounds, different spaces, right? With different language competencies. People come in, like, for example, some people are not very comfortable communicating in English, probably, or some people are not comfortable like directly confronting someone at workspace, right? That is a fear, in-depth fear that they have. So they are not able to use it. So but one needs to practice how to make assertive communication, right? Communicating directly, clearly, and respectfully, right? So that would take you a long way. So in workspace, using assertive communication really helps. Now, you can develop emotional intelligence with intention and effort, as I said earlier. So all of these things, as I talked about, responding, not reacting, right, to conflict, active listening skills, practicing empathy, accepting criticism without defensiveness, and gaining a certain self awareness, understanding your own emotions, strengths, and triggers also to better manage your behavior, right? So, understanding why is important to understand your emotions, strengths, and triggers so that you can manage your behavior better, right? Workplace behavior better. So, which is why it is important. So, individual resilience is very, very powerful, as we talked about. And a resilient organization is transformative, right? So, we've seen how EI builds a powerful inner engine for individual, but how can we scale this? This is important to understand. How do we build an entire workspace ecosystem that runs on it, right? Creating the conditions for everyone to thrive. So far, we spoke about how emotional intelligence is helping you evolve into a leader, into a manager, to able to navigate conflicts better, right? But it is also important to understand how you can enable this behavior at workspace. How can you see that your workspace is resilient in itself, right? Or your workspace is creating space for emotional intelligence to fester in people, right? To survive in people. So that is important to understand. And if an organization is able to manage, right, people and enable emotionally intelligence responses, and is taking account of how people handle stress, what kind of stress management techniques need to be employed, then the organization itself becomes transforming. Now, so now, so what does that do? So emotional intelligence here and out doesn't just remain as an individual skill, but it becomes a workplace strategy, right? So that is important. So now it is important to understand now what conditions support emotionally intelligent behavior in organizations, right? So the Yale framework talks about unlocking emotional intelligence requires ability, motivation, and opportunity, right? All three things. So ability, how does this play out? Let's look at how it plays out. So ability is the know-how, right? So do your people possess the five core skills that we spoke about earlier, right? Do your people possess the five core skills of emotional intelligence? That's point number one, right? So it is ability. So now how do you ascertain this ability, or how do you ensure that people, you hire them accordingly, right? You ensure that in interviews or in hiring process, this this becomes a point of evaluation, right? You ensure that the people who are entering a workspace possess these five core skills, right? That is one way. Now, motivation is the drive. Our employees, especially leaders, propel to use these skills. So, if a workspace holds not just the employees but the leaders also accountable, is important, right? If the leaders are also accountable, then what happens is the motivation to be emotional intelligence also has to come from the leader, right? So this happens to be there in the policy of the organization, that communication needs to be this way. What are the de-escalation strategies? What are the conflict management strategies, right? How does one resolve issues? What is the workplace, how does the workplace handle people who are stressed, or what is the redressal mechanism, right? Are people able to? Is there some kind of a committee that is looking into grievance redressal, right? How often does that committee meet, right? All of these facets that comes in whether employees, especially leaders, are propelled to use these skills, right, at workplace, and are they being held accountable for emulating that behavior? Now, third is opportunity, the environment, right? Does the company culture as shown through its leadership and HR practices support and expect emotionally intelligent behavior? That is another facet. So effective leaders play the key role in creating the conditions that unite these three elements. So it is not just about being emotional intelligence yourself, but it is also about enabling it at workspace, right? So it's about the confluence of these three factors: ability, motivation, and the opportunity, right? That would make a workspace more emotional. Now, this is a compounding effect. So, EQ creates psychologically safe and inclusive workspace, right? So, now what does that, why are we keeping on talking about it is very important to understand, because EQ in today's day and age, we're also talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, right? It's an area of expertise. It is an area of it is a focus point in work at work. It's a department in itself. So, team members with self awareness and social awareness can communicate and collaborate effectively across generational, cultural, gender differences, and geographically different contexts as well. So, you might be sitting here in India and trying to connect to someone who's sitting abroad, right, with a completely different cultural context, operating from a completely different time zone, operating from a completely different space and time or awareness, right, of the project that you're working on. And still, you need to be able to connect with that person, right? So, which is why EQ plays an important part in collaborating at workplace, right? And this has a genuine impact on business and genuine impact on how organizations can be more productive and constructive, right? So diverse teams bring different talents and skills, right? Breaking the organization out of its comfort zone. So this psychological safety is essential for experimentation, risk taking, and innovation, right? So an organization does not make space for diverse teams, risk taking in terms of bringing solutions and problems, and does not allow for experimentation, right? Then the organization is not enabling innovation, right? So it is important that for innovation to happen, EQ is an important facet, right? It needs to be enabled in workspace. So now this is a good example. I think when we talk about diversity, inclusion, and equity, so diversity is about being invited to the party, right? Inclusion is about being asked to dance, right? And equity is about making sure everyone has a pair of dancing shoes that fit, right? So these are the three facets. There is diversity, there is inclusion, and there is equity, right? And all three play a role in enabling today's workspace. Now, what is the result, right? A result is a high performance engine for creating real world value, right? So, what happens when you enable emotional intelligence in workspaces? You get superior solutions, right? You are able to lower risks and costs, right? And employee buy in and commitment you are able to enhance, right? So by deeply understanding user needs and overcoming internal biases, teams create better solutions. Early empathetic prototyping and testing with real users identifies flaws and they are cheap to fix and reduce risk of market failure for projects and technical solutions probably or products. Now, employee buy-in and commitment also improves, right? Involving stakeholders in the process and building alignment through empathy and social skills creates a broad commitment to change, right? So it is not just you, it is also about bringing your stakeholders together, bringing your stakeholders to the solution, right? Taking their inputs, adapting according to their inputs, and creating better processes and better solutions at workplace. Now, a culture of innovation. So we are in today's day and age talking about, first of all, diversity, inclusion, and equity. But we are also talking about the culture of innovation and culture of how a culture of innovation is inherently a culture of inclusion. Right? These are not two different things. These are not mutually exclusive. If there is a culture for innovation, then it has to be a culture of inclusion. So diversity is being invited to the party, inclusion is being asked to dance. So both have to be in tandem, right, for innovation to happen in workplace. So bringing diversity into workplace is no more just a option or just a tick point, right, that you do just to meet quotas, right? Bringing diversity means you are bringing viewpoints, you're bringing different perspectives and building solutions together. So it is an important facet of bringing quality or bringing value, right, to a problem. Now, the engine for breakthroughs, right, is design thinking. So how does emotional intelligence, right, enable design thinking is what we're trying to understand, right? So the core definition of design thinking, if you look at it, is it's a human-centered iterative process for creative problem solving, right? It's a social technology that systematically addresses the biases and behaviors that hamper innovation, right? So that is fundamentally what design thinking is all about. So it is a human-centered approach. It is an iterative approach, right? And it is a creative approach. So you need creativity is often festered only when, or creativity can only be enabled in a workspace if you're looking at creating diverse, equitable workspaces, right? So what happens is basically when you employ design thinking, you are thinking about the user at the other end, right? If you are designing a product, for instance, right, you are thinking about the user at the other end. You are thinking about how can you question assumptions, right? How can you enable or design a product in a manner that it best suits the user or the end user, right? Or the consumer or the client, right? So, or in if you're talking of an educational scenario, then it's students, right? So, how can you, for instance, if you talk about the like if you're designing a course, right, or a curriculum, right? How can you ensure that it is best suited to the students who will be attending that course, right? So, design thinking is about putting this into action. So, to what will happen is the structure will provide a psychological safety and it will help navigate ambiguity at workspace. Now, anytime you're trying to change people's behavior, you need to start them off with a lot of structure so that they don't have to think, right? This is very important because people always will come at a solution or come initially with a lot of feelings and emotions, right? They will come charged to a problem or a situation. Now, how to dissipate that? Or they may come with a lot of biases or assumptions about a certain thing. Now, how do we circumvent all this? How do we navigate through this effectively so that we can employ design thinking, right? And design thinking is the way to go about things. So to see that problems are handled a certain way at workspace. So that is where design thinking plays a role. Okay, now design thinking is a structured process or for human-centered problem solving, right? Fundamentally. So in the late 1980s, an ice cream vendor at Wall Street named Marconi was losing money, right? He was using glass cups to serve ice creams. Now, but customers often broke them or didn't return them, right? Understandably so. So he spent many nights thinking about a solution that would work for him and his customers. Then it struck him he could roll a warm waffle into an edible cone, right? And what is that led to? The rest is history, right? So what are we seeing? The problem. What was the problem? The problem was that ice cream was being served in glass cups and they were getting broken, and it was affecting what? User experience. It was affecting how people were consuming the product or enjoying the product, right? Or experiencing the product. So what was the insight? That you are going to use a waffle cone instead. So what does that lead to? A, it makes the product looks interesting, right? Second, the product becomes completely edible, right? Because the warm cone is also edible, right? So the experience of the ice cream eating is also enhanced to some degree. So there was a problem, there was an insight, and then there was a creative solution, right? So these things have to work in tandem. So how does this creative solution happen? Because you employed emotional intelligence. You try to understand where your user is coming from, what your user might enjoy, right? Or what your customer might enjoy. And then you applied it and created a solution and rolled out a product. So that led to that's a classic example of design thinking at work. Now, let's break down design thinking, right? The 5 phases of design thinking. How does design thinking play out, right? First is empathizing. As I said, gain a high quality understanding of the user's problem, right? Setting aside your assumptions and biases. That is very important. So you're looking at a problem. You know the end user who's going to consume the product, right? You know this is the product, right? And you have to empathize with the end user. Imagine yourself in that end user's, thought process or end user's shoes, and try to understand how exactly can this, product be made better. All right. So for that, the first step is empathizing, right? Second is defining. So analyze your information, create a clear problem statement. So what exactly is your problem statement is actually half the solution, right? Understanding your problem itself is a task, right? So understanding your problem and then stating the problem correctly. That is very important. So analyze your information, create a clear problem statement. What are the unmet needs? Where are the gaps? Right? Defining that clearly. Third is ideate. Now, how do you ideate? You think outside the box, right? Identify creative solutions where creativity meets intelligence, right? This has to go in tandem. So thinking outside the box and ideating, right? Inviting ideas and bringing in your own ideas. Fourth is prototype it, right? Create inexpensive, scale down versions of your product. So maybe, like if, for instance, if you're developing a curriculum, if you can use that example, you're developing a curriculum, maybe uh, put it in a document and see what the response to it is, or maybe take a particular section of that curriculum and see to how students are responding to it, right? Or how your end user is responding to it. So you create a scaled down version of your product and see it in play, see it at play. So you don't feel afraid to experiment, right? You take data and see how a certain solution is playing out, right? So you prototype it. And then it is testing your prototypes. So acquire customer feedback and optimize your product. So after prototyping, developing a prototype, you test it on ground. And testing it will lead to feedback, understanding whether the gaps have been met or whether something else needs to be addressed, right? So this is the entire spectrum. So you empathize, you define, you ideate, you prototype, and you test. Okay, so as I said, with the earlier example of ice cream cones, if you can empathize, right? So what is the problem? Unsustainable, fragile packaging was the problem, right? So that's the problem statement, right? The other is the second process is the insight. So repurposing existing resources. You have already existing resource, which is the waffle cone, right? So which is an edible and portable solution, right? Which is already available to you. Then the third is the solution. So successful user-centered product and enhanced user experience, as I talked about earlier. Now, how does design thinking work, right? Design thinking works because it is a social technology that is designed to overcome human bias and assumptions, as I mentioned earlier. So, like total quality management in 1980s, design thinking is a social technology that unleashes people's full creative energies. Its structure helps people overcome the human biases and time and again block the exercise of imagination, right? So I've tried to illustrate that with an example. So for example, if you're trapped in your own experience, right? Design thinking would enable you to immerse yourself in the user's world. If you are overwhelmed by messy data, like there is a lot of data, but it's all messy, you don't know what to channelize where. So design thinking will help you organize into themes and patterns, which will structure your data and help you understand how to create solutions out of it. If you're divided by different perspectives, right? Design thinking will help you align better. Alignment around what truly matters, right? That is another like what happens when you employ design thinking. And fearful of change and ambiguity, right? If you employ design thinking, you can enable shared commitment and through learning and action, right? So fearful of change and ambiguity, trapped in your own experience, overwhelmed by messy data, divided by different perspectives, all of these problems you can address through design thinking to create better solutions. Now, design thinking, if you look at it, is a structured system. So as I told you, so what a problem is you have to articulate, design thinking solution is arrived at, and the outcome is hence improved, right? So let's go through this together. So problem is that innovators are trapped in their own expertise and experience. Innovators are constrained by biases about what works and what doesn't work. Innovators are afraid of change and ambiguity. So the design thinking solution would allow you immersion, allow you to articulate problems better, allow you to learn in action, and the improved outcome is a result. So a better understanding of better understanding of those who are this product is being designed for, clarity on make or break assumptions that enables meaningful experiments, and a shared commitment and confidence in the new product or strategy. Now, again, so now the $1 million question, as they say, is that every team faces a million design decisions. How many are truly based on user understanding, right? So we operate in a world of competing priorities, stakeholder opinions, unfounded assumptions, biases. The most critical voice is that of the user, the end user, who's consuming your product, who's looking at, who's finally benefiting from your product. And that is often lost in today's day and age, right? That often we see that programs are designed of everything is to the T, documented very well, but when you test it on ground, you see that it is not designed according to what the user actually wanted, the end user actually wanted, right? So it leads to misaligned teams and products that miss the mark, evidently. So innovation, if it doesn't look at what the user's understanding is, it doesn't look at what the user really wants, it's an ineffective way of going about things, right? Now, what is the foundation of alignment? So we have something called an empathy map, right, which can be employed. So empathy map is a collaborative visualization that articulates what we know about a user. So the purpose is twofold. I'm sure a lot of you have already gone through trainings of empathy mapping and understanding, right? So to create a shared understanding of user needs, right? To aid in decision making, grounding it in user evidence and not just opinion, right? So basically, these are the 4 quadrants. So you says, thinks, feels, and does. It externalizes knowledge about users. So how do we see it in action? So deconstructing the user experience into 4 key dimensions, right? One is says. So what is the user saying? So for example, these are direct verbatim quotes from research, interviews, or usability studies. So maybe the user is saying, see, I want a product which is reliable, right? I want something reliable. That is what the user is saying, right? Now, the next thing is to understand how the user is thinking. So the user is saying something, but is the user's thought process aligned with what they are saying? So what are they thinking? So it is important. So what is the user thinking and may not vocalize is important to understand. So the user might be saying something to you, but they might be holding back something from you, right? That is where thought process comes in. So this captures their motivation, concerns, or silent frustrations that they are not vocalizing, right? So that is a quadrant also that you need to understand user experience completely. Third is feels, right? So the user's emotional state. So often represented as an adjective plus context. So impatient, pages load too slowly, or worried they are doing something wrong. So feels is also about emotional state. So you are not just looking at what the user is saying, you're thinking about what the user is thinking and what the user is feeling, right? And finally, concrete action the user is taking, right? So what is observable behavior? That is also there. So for instance, you use an example, right? So you may say that you want a certain product a certain way, right? Or you may vocalize it a certain way, but you might be thinking something else, right? You might be thinking something else that, okay, even if that comes or even if that product comes, but still there might be hassles or there might be something that I don't think it'll benefit me either way, right? So that thought process can be it. And then there could be something about how a product is making a user feel. Is the product making a user feel dignified, right? Feel important or feel respected, right? So that is another thing. And then finally, what kind of user behavior does it lead to? So all of this is useless if the user is not investing in the product, right? So finally, does it translate to behavior? Is important to see. So what the user is saying, thinking, feeling, is it translating to final concrete action or behavior is important. So the confluence of all these 4 things becomes important to understand, right, how design thinking at work or empathy mapping works, right? Now, inconsistency. Now, the common like response one gets is that users are complex, right? So you will find contradictions. You will find contradictions between these quadrants. So, like positive actions are paired with negative feelings, right? Or negative thoughts, right? Or the user said something, but finally the like behavior was different, or the engagement behavior was different. So this is constantly going to happen, and this is a learning process in itself. So understanding what the user says might be different from what they're thinking. It might be different from what they're feeling and what they're doing is important to understand. This entire spectrum is important to understand so that you know that the product is efficient and delivers what it seeks to deliver, or achieves what it seeks to achieve. Right? Now, what are the 6 steps to building a robust empathy map? Is also important to understand. So the structured process ensures the map is based on real data and results in actionable and shared understanding. That's the end objective. So how does one build a like good empathy map, robust empathy map? One is defining scope and goals. Right, first step. Second is gathering materials. Third is collecting research. Fourth is generating notes individually, right? And fifth is converging and synthesizing. And sixth is polishing and planning, right? So these are the steps, 6 steps to build a robust empathy map. Now, if we go into details, so for example, with an example, what user or persona will you map? Rule 1, persona per map. So what is your primary purpose, right? Aligning the team, analyzing an interview transcript, all of this would define your scope or goals. Right? Second is gathering material. So for teams, large whiteboard, sticky notes, markers. For individuals, it's a system that is easy to digitize and share, right? So gathering the requisite materials for empathy mapping. Third is collecting research. So empathy mapping requires qualitative inputs, right? User interviews, field studies, diary studies, qualitative surveys, right? Key informant interviews. It could be multiple things. So collecting the research material that is necessary, right? For effective empathy map is another thing. So, for example, the case study introduction is a busy professional who needs a quick and convenient way to get her morning coffee. We'll use insights from her interview to build up empathy map, right? We'll see it in action, how it will happen. So, what's the problem statement is? Basically, a convenient and quick way to get your morning coffee, right? Now, let's evaluate that through an empathy map. So translating research into tangible insight. So what is the person saying? The person is saying, I'm really busy on a day-to-day basis. I like how the Starbucks app lets me order ahead, right? Because if you order ahead, if you're busy, you can just pick it on the go, right? So the user is telling you that I'm really busy on a day-to-day basis. I like how Starbucks app lets me order ahead. That is what the user is saying. Thinking, the user's thinking that this is convenient, but I feel guilty, right? I wish I didn't have to wait in this long line. Guilty could be for multiple reasons. Maybe because the person has read somewhere that in an empty stomach one can't consume coffee, right? Or one is conflicted in some other way, some other thing that is making them feel guilty. So they wish that they didn't have to wait in this long line. So there are multiple things that one person could be thinking, right? That might not be articulated necessarily, but they're thinking. Third is feeling, right? So frustrated while waiting, right? So frustrated with waiting. Guilty about choosing a large corporation, yes, right? Because the Starbucks is a multinational corporation. So one might have this guilt also that why am I enabling multinational corporations? We're probably going to be going to a local cafe rather, right? And enabling local business, right? Third is I'm rushed in the mornings, right? So these are all feelings that one could have, right? Or the user could have. Finally, doing. So goes to Starbucks daily despite preferring her local shop. Why? Because of convenience. So cuts it close in the morning, arriving a minute or too late. So now, despite the contradictions in thinking, feeling, and saying, the user behavior in the end is choosing convenience over all of that. Right? So empathy mapping helps you understand that convenience will trump your internal conflicts at the end of the day, right? Because there are other systems at play. You have to go to work, you have to be in meetings at time. Starbucks offers you probably a design that is easy to carry around, portable, makes coffee portable, right? Makes it easy to consume. So regardless of what you're saying, thinking, or feeling, you will still opt for convenience and you will engage in the user behavior, right? So this is a example of how empathy mapping can work. Now, what do you do after you empathy map, right? From individual to, how do you scale it up from individual to shared understanding? So in this step, the team collaboratively moves through the stickies on the board. For instance, cluster, right? Group similar nodes together with each name. Give each cluster a name that represents its theme, right? Third is discuss, where you vocalize and align on the findings. What are the outliers? What themes are repeated? What gaps still exist, right? So you are looking at time saving, need for validation, and efficiency pain points, right? Which are the pain points, right? Which are the gaps? Like I said, thinking is different from feeling, feeling is different from doing, right? So where are the pain points? What are the gaps in understandings? And how does one cluster it together to create a shared understanding? So the activity of clustering will facilitate discussion and alignment within the team. And the goal is the shared understanding of the user. So whatever team is working on the solution for the user need to be aligned, right? In terms of this is what the user is saying, thinking, feeling. This is the what user is doing. So based on this is a shared understanding of how the product should be designed. Okay. Now, finally, after doing all of this processes, step 6, which is polishing the map and planning its future. Right. So adaptive needed to add more detail or new quadrants like goals to fit your specific needs, for instance. Right. After you process all, says, things, feels, and does, maybe you add a category called goals. Right. As to depending on all of this, what are the goals then to achieve? Then you digitize and share. So polish the output and share it widely. So include the user's name or persona, date, and version number. So you're able to see, okay, this person has said this, right? So this particular insight was important here. That particular insight has informed this particular quadrant. So you are able to digitize it and share it. So this is adding to, right, user understanding in your team, right? And keeping it alive. Now, an empathy map is a living document. Like for instance, empathy map is not static. The more you understand about the user, you are able to enhance the empathy map better. You're able to change or what do you call adapt or tweak around your empathy map better, right? To enhance your user understanding and to enable user understanding better. So it's a living document. Plan to circle back and update it with more research, right? When you are able to see gaps, right? For example, you might be seeing a discrepancy in thinking and doing, for instance, right? So you know there's a discrepancy, you know there is a gap. So what do? You supplement it with more research to make this empathy map more robust. You bring in more data, more research, update, and that updation and that data and that understanding will reflect back on your empathy map, and your user understanding becomes better as a result. Now the process is powerful, right? As we all have seen, the process is very powerful. So why does it often stall in institutions? That is important to understand. So what is a common failure point that one sees, right? So many organizations adopt the design thinking process but fail to see results. Now, teams go through the motions, they build empathy maps, but the outcomes are incremental, not innovative. The reason an engine, no matter how perfectly designed, cannot run without fuel, right? The central question is we have the how, the engine, right? What about the who? What is the essential human element that powers this process? That is important to understand. Design thinking as a process will only succeed if there is the fuel, right? That is powering the engine. And what is the paradox that we're looking at? So, why well run companies fail is important to understand. And introducing something what we call the innovator's dilemma. What is the innovator's dilemma? So, great companies fail not because they do things wrong, but because the practices that made them successful also make it difficult to embrace disruptive change, right? So, what happens is when systems are in place, when there are fixed roles, designations, and ways of navigating conflict, ways of functioning in a society, functioning in a team, functioning in an organization. What happens is there is a fatigue, right? There's an inertia that sets in. People get used to things very easily, habituated to things very easily. So that hampers innovation. So the very process might again have creating systems, creating solutions, everything. And but once everything starts functioning smoothly, then disruption is not enabled, right? We are not able to see disruptive changes, disruptive solutions. So sustaining innovation is about improving existing products for mainstream customers. So this is what large companies are built to do, right? So disruptive innovation is about creating a new market, often with lower initial performance. It's born in a niche market neglected by incumbents. Now, the story, a market leader focused on its best customers delivered sustaining innovations. Now, meanwhile, a competitor's disruptive product initially dismissed, found a niche, improved, and eventually captured the entire market, right? So, a particular company might be catering to all the needs of a user, right? But they are, as the time has passed, because they think they are meeting the user's needs, they have stopped innovating or offering new solutions, right? So, what that leads to eventually is that there'll be a new product which comes into a niche market and suddenly comes and disrupts the entire market and takes over. So, which is why it is important not just to engage in design thinking or innovation once, it is a constant process, right? This thinking needs to be sustained in an organization. Right? That's very important. So, value network trap is precisely that. So, explanation of value network is a context within which an organization is established to get what it values, right? For established companies, the revenue from the lead customers is the value that they are after, right? So the lead customer keeps like established company keeps putting resources and attention to the lead customer, right? And the lead customer's feedback is taken, and this system is working perfectly fine. So the well-run companies gather feedback from their lead customers, right? Then allocate resources accordingly. The drives funding and manpower towards sustaining innovations that serve those customers. Third is what happens in this process is they ignore the fringe, right? Once a company identifies who the loyal customer base is, right? What happens is they forget the fringe, right? But disruptive innovations often happen at the fringe, right? With the fringe. So it becomes extremely difficult to keep resources for a disruptive innovation for an unproven market, right? And what happens is eventually the company is blindsided to disruptive threats until it is too late. So maybe someone is testing it out at this fringe market, but because the organization is too focused on delivering to the lead customer base, they have completely ignored the fringe market, right? So this is what hampers innovation often in organizations. Now, understanding, so what happens is having a close ear to the ground is very, very important, right? So the fuel for innovation is emotional intelligence, right? So emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, interpret, and regulate your own emotions and understand those of others. So it is the human foundation that makes the process work. So it is not just about understanding your and identifying your loyal customer base and then never going back to them again, right? Then that means that innovation is not being enabled in an organization as a practice. We are constantly happy with, okay, this particular product has been designed, it has been employed, and the process ends there. But it's not like that, right? Emotional intelligence needs to constantly feed into the engine, right? And constantly enable innovation to happen in workspaces. Now, how emotional intelligence powers each stage of design thinking is therefore important to understand. So, design thinking stages, as we like discussed earlier, are empathize, define, ideate, prototype, and test. So, the emotional intelligence components feeding into this is, of course, like we discussed, empathy and social skills, right? Self awareness, motivation and social skills, and self regulation. So, the empathy stages in action one needs to see. So, a designer, like for example, a designer observed Pete, a non-verbal man with autism, picking at a sofa. Her initial bias was to see it as destructive, right? A problem. Now, by practicing empathy, mirroring his behavior, she discovered the satisfying audio tactile experience he was seeking, right? This shifted the project from designing for safety to designing for pleasure and strength. So, how the user experience can be enhanced by noticing someone's interaction with the product who was not even the customer base at which the product was intended for, right? So, that is disruptive thinking. Now, as I said, emotional intelligence feeds into design thinking. Design thinking as an engine will sustain innovation, right? So as a process alone, it won't survive. It's the output, right, of a powerful engine, which is emotional intelligence and design thinking, and it has to constantly lead to sustainable innovation. Now, innovation isn't a choice anymore, right? It is the primary driver of growth for organization. It is about strategizing for future value, right? So choosing not to innovate is actually the most short-sighted thing that an organization could do, right? Because innovation is all about productivity, how relevant organization is, how relevant or how adaptive a organization is. And resilience through crisis is often how you ensure that an organization is built for longevity, right? So innovation is no more a option, but it's a mandate. Now, one has to understand that innovation is the ultimate goal and not just invention. Invention is just a cog, right? It's in between, right? So it needs to, a common mistake is to treat invention and innovation as the same thing. Now they are not. An invention is an idea or a patent by itself, it generates no value, right? If it is not innovative. So this is a multiplicative relationship. If commercialization is zero, innovation is zero. So no matter how brilliant the invention, our focus must be on the entire equation. So you may have a very good product, right, on paper, right? But if commercialization is zero, you're not able to sell the product. That means your innovation is zero, right? So invention could be technically brilliant, but if it is not ready for uptake, if it is not ready for commercialization, then it is not innovative. Now, framing the right problem is the only way. So, as I mentioned earlier, how to frame a problem is half the problem solved, right? So, the design thinking process is about providing a structure to move from insight to impact. It's not just about coming up with the right idea, it's about generating the broadest range of possibilities, right? So, the defined mode is about sense making, synthesizing your empathy work into a meaningful and actionable problem statement. It has to be actionable, right? Your problem statement needs to be actionable. Now, hand map forward. So it is not just an idea, it's a problem statement. So the ideate, prototype, and test modes are about generating a wide range of possibilities and learning through building and user feedback. So one starts with a large amount of possibilities and then winnows it down to the solution. Now, the ripple effect, right, from inner resilience to outer innovation. So we talked about how emotional intelligence is important not just as an inner process, right, inner work, but how it is a effective workplace solution as well, right, workplace strategy as well. So it's a ripple effect that is in play, that is at play. So emotional intelligence enables self-awareness, resilience, intrinsic motivation. It leads to a thriving ecosystem, which talks about which enables psychological safety, collaboration, organizational health in general. Then it leads to a blueprint for creation, right? So if it's a thriving ecosystem, then there is a blueprint for creation in terms of empathy, design thinking, and human-centered innovation. So emotional intelligence is the foundational skill that powers success at every level, right? For the self, the team, and the entire innovation lifecycle. Okay, so what all have we gone through so far? Emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence, how does it enable to focus and improve your inner drive? How does it keep you accountable to oneself, right? How does it help you become more self-aware, resilient, intrinsically motivated, better capable to handle conflicts at workspace, right? And how it enables organizations, right? How it enables organizations is through design thinking. How it enables organization is through collaboration, right? And then finally, how it enables all of this, how does it enable innovation, right? And how does it lead to a blueprint for creation, empathy, and a human-centered innovation, sustainable system that employs all of this, right? Sustainable and thriving ecosystem that enables all of this. So yeah, that's the end of my training. If anyone has any questions, I'm happy to take them, or any reflections we can discuss. Can we call it re-engineering? Okay.
Right. I think if there are no questions, then we can close the session.
No, I was just going through the chat and there is
Yes, yes, please do.
calling it okay. So your order is so thank you, Amy, for the compliment. Hi, test link. Ma'am, test link? Can you please specify what you meant by that? Can we call it, you meant PPT or I don't know. Can we call it re-engineering? Sort of. It is a re-engineering in many ways, I guess. But you'll have to be more specific. That question is kind of vague. So yeah. Anyone has any questions or any reflections, please share. I'll be happy to interact with you guys. I know there's a certain pace to the training, but yeah. So if there is anything, or you want me to go back to any slide, please let me know. Okay, over to you, Kamna.
All right. Thank you so much, Kirti, for that session. And do share your presentation with me so I can share it with all the faculty members because they've been they are asking about the presentations.
Sure.
And thank you so much to all the faculty members for attending all the sessions and taking the assessment. Those of you who have not taken the assessment, you can take it by Monday. If you're facing any issues, please write in with a screenshot to futureskillsprime.in and you can copy me at kamna@nascom.in. And I would now like to invite Mr. Anurag Bhagat, who is Director Communications at Power Foundation of India, for the valedictory address. I'll request you to please come on camera. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you for
Thank you.
taking the time to join us and deliver the valedictory address. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamna, for having me here. And thank you, Kriti, for a very insightful presentation. In fact, I had joined in quite late, but it was quite interesting. So, yes, good evening, everyone. Respected faculty members, organizers from NASCOM, and all the distinguished participants. It is truly a pleasure and an honor to deliver the valedictory address at this faculty development program on AI fluency, Gen AI in the real world and its effective uses. I would first like to extend my warm appreciation to NASCOM, a leading force shaping India's digital and technology ecosystem, and AICTE for organizing this timely and impactful program. My name is Anurag Bhagat, and I currently lead the communications vertical at Power Foundation of India under the Ministry of Power, Government of India. Over the last 2.5 decades, my career has spanned journalism, corporate communications, advertising, digital marketing, policy advocacy, public relations, and capacity building ac- across sectors. From working with organizations like Coca Cola India, top advertising and communication agencies, and now working at the intersection of public policy, communications, and communications and outreach. My journey has been about stories, strategies, and human behavior. When I started my career as a subs editor in late 90s, the most advanced tool available was perhaps Microsoft Word 97. Content creation meant manual effort, deep research, and days of turnaround time. Today, with Gen AI, I can create an entire communication plan, design a creative in multiple formats, craft a press release, generate training material, or build a campaign storyboard in minutes, not days. AI is now woven into every step of our communication lifecycle. audience segmentation, behavioral insights, content creation, video generation, translations, sentiment mapping, and digital analytics. AI has made communication faster, more data driven, and far more personalized. But the biggest shift AI has created is this: it has democratized creativity and intelligence. Today, a student living anywhere can build content, code, or design at a global standard with just a laptop and curiosity. So, what is changing around us? We are living in a time where AI is no longer a futuristic idea. AI is the new electricity. Just as the power transformed industries, AI is now transforming how we learn, teach, live, and work. Let me highlight five major shifts that Gen AI is enabling in the real world. Number one, AI as a co pilot, not competitor. Gen AI is not replacing humans, it is augmenting human intelligence. Engineers now use AI to debug code instantly. Marketing teams use AI to generate 50 ad variations in seconds. Researchers use AI for literature review and hypothesis generation. Students use AI to stimulate labs virtually. AI is allowing people to focus on key tasks and making repetitive tasks redundant. Number two, natural language is the new programming language. We no longer need to know Python or C++ to create. If you can think clearly and write clearly, you can work with AI. This is the biggest shift for educators. Students with strong thinking and communication skills will perform better in the AI era. Number three, personalized learning at scale. AI enables customized lesson plans, instant quizzes, adaptive assessments, concept reinforcement using videos, simulations, and analogies. A classroom can now deliver personalized learning at the level of the best global institutions. Number four, AI is dominating every sector and professions, be it healthcare, in diagnostics, radiology, or personalized treatment plans, agriculture, yield production, soil monitoring, pest detection, in the energy sector, demand forecasting, grid optimization, renewable planning. Whereas in the areas of law, contract analysis, case summarization, in the power sector alone, where I work, AI is enabling energy forecasting, planning and optimization, and public engagement. Number five, ethics, bias, and responsible AI. With great speed comes great responsibility. AI must be transparent, fair, explainable, and safe. As educators, your role is crucial in shaping students' understanding of ethical AI and responsible technology use. For India, the biggest opportunity is its talent. Our young population, combined with AI, can use the innovation capital of the world. But this can happen only if faculty members enable students to think critically, prompt effectively, understand fundamentals, evaluate AI generated output, build real world projects. Your classrooms will shape the engineers who will build India's next decade of AI powered solutions. AI will not replace teachers, but teachers who use AI will replace teachers who do not. Here are a few suggestions that you can take back. Teach prompt literacy. Students must know how to ask the right questions. Encourage AI augmented projects. Even traditional engineering projects, even one sec, please. Even traditional engineering projects can integrate AI components, analytics, simulations, documentation. Use AI for research support. Literature review, summarization, code generation, diagrams, all can be accelerated. Promote ethical AI awareness. Every student should know the risk of deep fakes, misinformation, plagiarism, and bias. Number 5, make AI a daily companion, not a last minute assignment tool, but a genuine learning partner. Before I conclude, I want to express my sincere appreciation to NASCOM for organizing this faculty development program, AICTE, and Kamna Jain for inviting me to share my thoughts today. NASCOM has played a pioneering role in preparing India for the AI driven future, and programs like this have a multiplier effect on India's talent pipeline. Thank you for your dedication, your curiosity, and your commitment to upskilling yourselves. Your efforts today will directly empower thousands of students tomorrow. Let us go forward with not with fear of AI, but with fluency, responsibility, and optimism. AI will not define our future. How we use AI will define our future. Thank you once again for the opportunity, and I wish you all the very best in your AI journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anurag, for that inspiring address and for acknowledging our efforts and efforts of all the faculty members and NASCOM and AICT. It has been a pleasure to have you here. And thank you so much for taking time out on a Saturday to address our faculty members who are also with us. They have been us throughout the day on Saturday. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Kirti, for your session. And I appreciate all the trainers, faculty members, and Anurag for taking out time today. With this, we'll close our session today. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.